I don't know how to feel about that. Yes, and? Yeah, and? Friar go burr. Friar actually go... Which I guess is burr. But anyway, enough of this. Enough of Friar go burr. Let's go Dwarf go burr. Jumping back into Threatdweller, shall we? As somebody who used to work night shift at McDonald's, there's nothing good about McDonald's. No, oh my god, oh my god. All right, so this is Threatdweller. Threatdweller is the mountain home of the plank of dwelling? What was the name of this? Why am I blank on the Plank of Nations, not the Plank of Dwelling. Yeah, the Plank of Nations. So this is the mountain home of Plank of Nations, which is a dwarven civilization. For ages, we had the goal of, I want to end the entirety of, or rather, I wanted to attract the king and queen of the faction over to this fortress so that I could kill the queen, because I didn't like the queen. However, in the time that I've been here, the original mountain home got destroyed by goblins. The original mountain home for this faction was down this way over here, right there. Most Urn. And Most Urn, like I said, got destroyed. So along with that, the queen died. So now we have the queen, who happens to be Elamino, who's one of my previous dwarves from one of my old fortresses, alongside of the king, who got randomly hacked into tiny pieces by the captain of the guard. I'm not totally sure why that happened. I'm still not sure why that happened, but it happened. So long story short, I no longer have the king. I just have the queen. So that happened. We got lava in the entrance? Oh, yeah. So up here, as for the proper fort tour, this is my outer wall. Hold on a second. Yeah, sure, Stone, just give me a sec. Why is there a necromancer? That's not a ghost, that's a necromancer. That's a visitor. It's just a necromancer. Plain old necromancer. How did you get in there? I guess from up here? You must have, like, fallen... Why are... Alright. Anyway, I guess he lives there now. Anyway, if you want to see the queen's mind... she didn't feel anything due to inebriation and felt enjoyment while performing and satisfied at work, and felt wonder after communing with Rash. Death Fatal. Gets angry. She gets into a lot of arguments. She worships Wrath Death Fatal, who is a deity, who is a skeletal female dwarf who's associated with death. She does worship the god of death. And she is 102 years old, born on the 27th of Opal in the year 128, and dreams of mastering his skill. I'm kind of thinking about making her into a solo squad by herself and just letting her train. So this fortress is massive, I should say. We've been in this fortress for maybe a dozen years, maybe a little longer than that. It consists of this very large bridge connecting two peaks together. Okay. I don't know if you can speak for them, because I don't think you've ever visited your fort. So how do you know that they like it? Up here is kind of our one of our libraries, or our library currently, which is going to be moved properly sooner rather than later. This is where the windmills are, and this is the top of the fort. Down to here is where the lava is, which gets dumped down into this walkway in the entrance. The walkway is designed so that it's mostly long enough for all of my dwarves to kind of... It's long enough for me to be able to kill the vast majority of armies, but still end up fighting something at the end. Down here is coffins. If I go down a little bit, this is the queen's quarters. This is bedrooms and the outpost liaison's quarters. This is the lava reservoir, or the lava furnace, lava reservoir. If I go a little further down, here's a upper volcano thingy. This is the old magma forge, which is getting redone, obviously. And then down here is the lava sea. Good creativity, and good focus. My goodness, you can relate. Well, unfortunately, it's Elomino and not available to be named Stone. Well, clearly you're not that visually capable because, of course, we found candy. I mean, all of this is mined out candy. All of this is mined out candy. All that's beginning mined. We're mining candy right there, currently. I don't generally go for candy, but in this instance, we are. Speaking of, I need to fortify that. Through that. It's on the other side. Welcome back, Diamond. What? Gets back, invests 50,000, wins 87,000. Time to dig down more? See here, I know exactly how to dig through this stuff without actually having any chance of possibly releasing the underground, so. You can smile at me all you want, but even if I do dig too deep, it won't affect us. Also, if you're wondering what's burning over here, I'm wondering that too. Genuinely have no idea. Conglomerate that's melting? Eh, interesting. I don't actually know. It's not burning, it's steam. Man. How do you smooch the bot vote, Gremlin? I don't think that's a secret. That's just you pushing your political agenda. As far as dwarves that are still alive, lava smoke tend to ignite or burn your dwarves. It's not... Okay, smoke doesn't ignite anything. You choke on smoke. You don't ignite off of smoke. That's steam, which doesn't appear to be burning them, so I'm not too concerned. The dwarves that are alive currently are Raz, Dragona, Mirror Hall Clay, Frog for Hire, Elomino, Animal, Rolf, Piranha, Redger, Mapeti, Harry is Gamer, dwarf named Hydra Slayer, Wilmer, Stone, Thalfon, Brumhrums, Wait What, Pops, Pablo Rasta, Tele B, Mr. Mac, Judas Ghost, got to do that dwarf's jobs, and our Elven Mayor Belug. I'm going to give this dwarf some jobs because a child grew up. You be decent in the military, gripped by crippling shyness. Almost never feels discouraged, is quick to anger, likes helping others, finds message. No. But I can give you healthcare stuff because you do like helping others. I can give you butchery. Meditate on torture? It's not too uncommon. I mean, it just depends on the spheres for the god. The dwarves in this fortress worship a bunch of really dark gods, so that's not too out of the ordinary. I mean, as long as they're not meditating on murder or death. I mean, this particular dwarf that's meditating on torture right now has 6 notable kills and 40 other kills. This is one of my military dwarves, so, you know, it kind of makes sense. But worships Glenlath Beguile Stretch, the Frightful Strangeness, which is a deity of the Plank Nation, takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with torture and misery. So worships the god of torture and misery, hence why they're meditating on torture. The most popular form of music in this fortress is future metal, so I think they already did, actually. And then over here we have a secondary, like, tower thing, and we have another tavern down here. So there's actually 2 taverns in this fort. And then I'm kind of building up. This is multiple layers. I think maybe 1 layer above this, we're just going to build a floor. And then from there, we'll build a downstair above it, and we'll start actually building the library in the floor above it. You're off to bed. When isn't like the like a strict definition of death metal like a trap made of metal because it's a metal, it's metal that causes death. Anyway, you have a good night, Rolf. Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out. Elug got reelected. Is still in charge. You do kind of need your mausoleum to be a little bit nice, ish. And you need your office and your dining room to be a little bit nicer-ish. Well, we can work on that just a little bit. I mean, this is her mausoleum, so all the way along there, all the way along there, up there. We'll just let them go start working on that and see if that'll pretty that up a little bit. And then I'm going to jump down to the bedroom layer. Give that room a little bit of an improvement. And that should improve. Oh, apparently I've also got a strange mood, which I was unaware of. Must have rock, must have logs, metal bars, rough gems. All right, did you need bones? Yeah, because I've got, like, no bones. Also, apparently I've got 2 points of disorderly conduct against my mare, which I wasn't aware of, which we can deal with. An unexpected mood. Yeah, no, I remember it now. We're not going to get it done in time. Because they need bones. Unless I can get ammunition in the format of bolts. Yeah, which also sucks. Nothing to slaughter? Nope. But I remember what I was doing now. But yeah, no, we've had nothing to slaughter for ages because, actually, maybe we can, let's do this. Because we did just have merchants arrive, which happened, I don't remember if it was at the end of yesterday or at the start of today. Could just request merchant, or see if these merchants have any animals that I could quickly slaughter. That might be able to save this dwarf. Because, like, I'm trying to remind myself what I was doing at the end of the stream the last time I streamed this fort. Because the last time I streamed this fort, I streamed it for like 9 hours and got real tired and just kind of ended. All right, so Polis says, the craftsmanship of the dwarves is unparalleled. Let's make a deal. Do you have any animals? You have a turkey. I'll take one. Now please butcher that turkey. Like stat. Maybe we can save that dwarf. There we go. You got the job for slaughtering the turkey going. Also, if people would like a dwarf, I could probably get you a dwarf pretty quickly here. Guinea hen, masked lovebird. I think that's literally all that they have. We do have some instruments, though. At the very least, it'll keep that dwarf going a little longer. But yeah, we don't get migrants at this fort because we are the mountain home, and we're basically the only large functioning fortress in this faction. So we obviously don't get to trade with our own faction anymore, and we also don't get migrants. However, if at some point helixes start to spawn here, there is a chance we could just get some merchants here, I think, which would be a pretty good situation to be in. A normal, tiny little masked lovebird, another turkey. Gonna buy all of their codexes. Also gonna buy a bunch of cheese because I got no way of making cheese right now. We're gonna try and butcher that second turkey like immediately. And we're chaining up that goblin poet. You doing what I need you to do? Yes, you are. But yeah, so something that I've done for this particular fort is I've turned up the maximum number of invaders we can have. So the sieges have been at times kind of bonkers for this fortress. We've had sieges of upwards of 500-600 baddies at once a couple of times now, which means we have a very entertaining amount of enemies on screen. Also, I think I forgot to tweet that I'm live. If anybody wants to retweet that, there's a link. And let's see if that strange mood can get down here. One Autumn. There you are. Look at him. Comes and grabs the bones. Hopefully that'll be plenty. Zombie in the living room. Another turkey hen has been slaughtered. Okay, so that'll probably save that dwarf, hopefully. Grabbed moss opals, sandpaperwood logs, iron bars, applewood logs. It's all just in a craft dwarf shop, so it's not going to be anything too cool, I don't think. I'm also trying to get stuff to go hunting up and running. There we go. They've begun a mysterious construction, so we've saved that dwarf. They're working furiously. And something I'm going to do is I'm going to get my military training again. Because they're not all the most skilled currently. I'm going to get my military training again. And once they're trained up a little bit more, we're going to throw them at this. Where is it? This guy. Oh, you guys can't see it. This thing. I'm going to throw them at this. This Dwarven Tower of Mirror Hall. Of the laborious Panthers. So we're going to try and hit them. There supposedly isn't much there, but from what I can tell, that tower is partially to blame for the destruction of my mountain home and also the massive amounts of goblins in this area. So we're already at war with these goblin factions like Tax Hell. Sorry, that's a funny name. Right. All right, so we're going to have to destroy Tax Hell and replace it with the Tax Haven, clearly. Oh, that's funny. That is one of the more amusing. So that's where the IRS works from? Or that, or just the lobbying companies or the lobbying groups in the US that try and make doing your taxes harder. That's probably who lives there, actually, if I had to guess. You gonna replace it with the Netherlands? I don't think there's any nether in Dwarf Fortress. That's Minecraft. Diamond. All right, and with that, we can now kind of get back to our world. is known to be a tax haven. Well, so is Delaware, but it's less of a tax haven. We're going to have to destroy it and replace it with a tax heaven where everything is taxes, you know, instead of tax. I wonder if that necromancer got out of there. Yeah, he did. Okay. The necromancer no longer lives in my lava pump. What a weird dude. What a strange, strange dude. I do always wonder, it's like, dwarves manage to get, like, they're just like cats. It's like they manage to get themselves into the strangest places. Also, we do have that artifact done as I was responding to YouTube comments in the background. Odom. Or run Salon. The stoneworker has created Casben Zanos Al Okin, a botanimous coal scepter. Really, not an iron one? Okay. And it claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Rith Channel Dykes. Oh, no, that's Adamantine. That's the thingy that I was looking for. It's worth 43,200. Tuft hopeful, the weight of equity, which means we are truly going to be killing tax hells. This is a botanimous coal scepter. All Craftsdwarf ship is the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut moss opals and encircled with bands of cushioned botanimous coal cabochons and rectangular moss opal cabochons and sand pear wood and turkey bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of apple wood and sheep's wool. Kind of boring, but at least we saved the dwarf's life. And we are continuing to work on all this stuff down here. Yeah, it's a coal scepter. Like I said, I don't know how I feel about that one. I don't know how to feel about that one. Spikes of cloth? Well, I mean, it's like having the, you know, those little cloth triangles that are always on, like, medieval clothing. Like... medieval knights. Let's see if I can find an image of what I would describe as spikes of cloth. I'm just looking at, like, paintings of knights right now, trying to find an example of what I would describe as spikes of cloth. And it's not really what you think. It's like, just like those little cloth triangles that, like I would consider this, oh, this is a terrible image. I would consider this to be spikes of cloth. Right? I would consider this almost to be spikes of cloth. Like these ribbons. You know, I don't think that they're literal, like, cone-shaped spikes that you could stab yourself with, right? Like, when I imagine spikes of cloth, it's like a flourish or, like, an extra, like, frill kind of thing, you know? Like, I don't really think of spikes of cloth. Like, I would consider, like... like this to be like spikes of cloth, right? But that's just how I imagine it. I don't imagine it as like literal cone tube-shaped spikes. I mean, maybe some people do. And if you do, then okay. Fair enough. Trying to find other examples. Like I have like, if there's a few paintings that are like stuck in my memory that I just can't find now. But they're done cutting through that candy, so let's move on to the next one. And if anybody is, you know, coming over from the YouTube channel or new to Dwarf Fortress or has any questions about Dwarf Fort, feel free to yell at me. Ask questions. I'll do my best to give you a response. What tile set do I use? There you go. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. This current version that I'm using right now, I don't have a public download link for, but the older one that I do is right there. Chat. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's. You're gonna run to lunch, just don't trip. And no problem. So those two are done. Now I'm gonna carve fortifications all the way along here. And all the way along there. So this will drain faster now. I actually think that this tile set looks fantastic with Stone Sense. So I'm very excited, actually, for when we're able to use other tile sets with Stone Sense without using DF Hack. Because I want to make this tile set work. I want to see this tile set in Stone Sense, essentially. Something I'm very excited about. All right, dwarves. Who's constructing thingy? Someone's got to be working on that bridge. Or not. Also possible nobody is. I figured somebody would be by now. All right, storing item in stockpile it is. Most of them are just hauling all of this armor and stuff. But yeah, I'm so excited about that soundtrack announcement. Personally, like, I kind of knew that's what they were going to announce. The reason I kind of knew is because, hey, Lump, how are you? A while ago, it was like 7 months ago or something. I think it was the one 7 months ago when I had Zach and Tarn on my stream. Zach just mentioned multiple composers. Because like there was a question about like how many people are working on the, or are you going to expand the team? And they were like, yeah, we've already expanded the team. No, I said hi Lump, not blind mom. Sheesh. Anyway, get your ears checked. I'm the one with a hearing ache. Anyway, I'm not going to say exactly what Zach said because that hasn't actually totally come true yet. But Zach literally says, well, we have multiple composers working on it. And then Tarn like makes a funny sound, and then Zach says, "Did I just fuck up?" And Tarn goes, "You just fucked up." He goes, "That's fine." And then he says, "We got multiple composers working on the project," and then they just keep moving on with like changing subject. And in the actual interview, I beeped it out, but it's still there. Like you can go find it in the Twitch VOD what they actually said. So when Tarn was saying that he needs to have something ready for PAX. And it's going to be this announcement, yada, yada, and all this stuff. I was literally sitting there going, oh, they're going to actually announce the music. Like, I completely called it. And I called it yesterday, too. I was like, that's what they're going to do. They're going to announce the music. Because, like, they haven't announced that yet. And that's, like, the only thing that they still have to announce before, like, they announce a release date, right? Which is, you know, kind of funny, but also, you know, I'm not gonna give them too much of a hard time over that. Like, keeping stuff like that secret is difficult, especially when you're just kind of having a candid conversation with somebody. So yeah, I knew about it because I kind of leaked it. So I cheated, essentially. All right, so we're continuing to work on that. All right, so we're gonna run down here. Sending the disemboweled sabers. We're not going to loot other items. We're not going to take important treasures. We're just going to steal livestock and try to avoid detection. I want to get onto their address. I want those necromancers to know where I am. So I'm sending out a squad. We're going to go leave the map. And when they return, fingers crossed, those necromancers will know where we are, and we can bring them back. Something I kind of want to do is I kind of want to steal a single book of necromancy, and I want to make our queen into a necromancer. Just the queen, though. Nobody else. Which is partially why I'm building such, like, far apart, weird map restrictions. Yeah, because she worships the god of death, which makes sense. And all of her kind of thoughts are just like, I see. You definitely seem like the sort of person that would study the secrets of life and death. Yes, this makes sense to me. So that's kind of what I'm planning on doing with the queen. I kind of want to turn her specifically into a necromancer. Just kind of have some fun with that. Is the one dwarf left that still needs to lead? Okay, there's two. Knack wannabe? Well, someone has to necromance someone. Yeah, but they're already, what's it called? Immortal. In Lord of the Rings. Doesn't really benefit them all that much, aside from other powers. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've read The Lord of the Rings and I've seen the movies. I always found that bit to be a little odd. Like, there's something about that. It's just like, I don't really see the logic as to why. Like, you live in this weird, shiny, white people utopia already. Why would you just be like, I'm a rule you with iron fist? Like, why would that even be like a temptation? It's like you already live in practically a utopia with access to a literal utopia. Why fuck it up? I don't even know what you're talking about, Perilous. Who said that who's a control freak? Who said that my queen's a control freak world conqueror? I don't believe I ever said that. Sounds like you made that up. How are we doing for boots? Just fine. Wait, what? Hold on a second. To this generation? No. Lord of the Rings, like... Well, I mean, the books have existed for a very long time. So what do you mean, to this generation? That's such a random statement. You mean, like, this generation is destroying it with terrible movies? Thanks, Disney? Or not Disney. Whoever owns the rights to that shit. I don't understand what that statement means. Missed the first half? Oh, I was just rambling about Galadriel and Lord of the Rings and, like, why would you even be tempted by the ring when it's just like, you already live in a literal fucking utopia. I don't know, the elves in Lord of the Rings always kind of bothered me. And then Huxley just said that Lord of the Rings is to this generation what Star Wars was to the last generation. I'm just like, what? I was like, those books were written a long time ago, so I don't know how there's any comparison to Star Wars aside from the fact that the Hobbit movies are garbage. The first 3 were good. The second 3 are shit, just like Star Wars. Okay, I'm starting to see the actual appeal. I mean, the movies are newer than Star Wars. Even the good ones. But I still don't really see the comparison at all. Anyway, hi, Nuclear Sneeze. What's up? I mean, I read the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit book and Silmarillion like maybe 5 years before I actually saw the movies. If anything, I would say it's the other way around, whereas Harry Potter is to this generation what Star Wars was to your generation, Huxley. I think that's a much more accurate thing. And I also don't know how that's relevant to the conversation in the slightest, so I'm just confused. The hero's journey? If you want to call Luke a hero. But okay. Again, I still don't understand how what that... It's just like an irrelevant statement that somebody just made, basically, that we're harping on for too long. I just don't understand how that's relevant to anything. Right, I need you to leave. Aside from that, Star Wars is trash, and the recent Lord of the Rings stuff is also trash. All right, let's do that. They're not living in a utopia, they live in a reservation. They're trying to beat the big bad. Hard disagree, but agree to disagree. No, Lord of the Rings movies from 20 years ago are not that old, okay? And the ones they're making currently are absolute dog shit. Is literally not Lord of the Rings. I mean, like, that's like saying that Star Wars is relevant and, like, anything but dog shit. Anyway. Whatever. We snuck in, they didn't see us, and made it out. I don't want to accidentally kill this whole tower. Do they know that I exist now? I don't think they do. All right, well, let's go smack him again. Let's pillage. You know, I saw a post online pretty recently, which was just, you know, if you take the Hobbit movies in the context of it's actually just somebody's very, very, very well-produced D&D campaign, and the reason there's, based on the Hobbit books, and the reason there's so much combat is because they need to level up for the next encounter. If you take it in that context, it makes those movies better. I'm like, no, that actually just makes those movies worse. Because they still made those movies. That's the actual problem, is that they made those movies. The sad part about those movies, and my ex is a really good example of why those movies are really sad. And the sad part about those movies is that there are people who never read The Hobbit who like them. That's the sad part about the Hobbit movies. Truthfully. That's the worst bit about the Hobbit movies. The actual travesty. That there's people who never read the books that like them. I say books like there's multiple Hobbit books. Yeah, and I think it's a terrible perspective. Oh, duh. Perilous. But that's also not what I'm talking about. But if you're only going to listen to a third of what I said and then make a statement like that, then okay. But yeah, literally anything fantasy, anything took inspiration from Lord of the Rings. It's almost like Lord of the Rings kind of invented the concept of elves. At least our modern concept of of elves. And hello, Little O-san. How are you? It's one of the biggest influences to modern fantasy. Yep. One of the reasons I like Dwarf Fortress is how little it actually takes from Lord of the Rings.
Hello!
Hello! How are you? Good day, sir. Good day. Hope that you're well, animal. Because I don't actually like very many Lord of the Rings tropes. They're fine in Lord of the Rings and they fit in Lord of the Rings well. But outside of Lord of the Rings, generic and boring. Instantly forgotten after watching. Yep. Couldn't agree more. That exists to give Orlando Bloom, you know, another paycheck. Have all my dwarves left? Hoping that they have. Okay, there's one still leaving. Go pillage. Shady's back. Tell your friends. Ow. I don't know why that hurt, but it did. Hello, spiffy bald guy. How you doing, Goldpoke? How's things, mate? I had a shower this morning, and then it, like, dried in the shape of my hair tie. To, like, comb it with my fingers a bit. If it's not clear, hair's down. Is that down enough for you? You had a busy day at work, which you enjoyed a lot. Busy day? Enjoyed? Cannot compute. And I cannot comprehend that concept. I don't think it's going to have an ESRB rating. You don't need an ESRB rating unless unless you're on consoles, which last I checked, no way in hell that's going to happen. All right, we've got ourselves a tantrum, which means they punch people, which means they go report crimes. So I don't think it ever would get one. But if it did get one, comic mischief, implied violence, implied alcohol consumption would be about the extent of it. I mean, it's all text, right? Like, there's more gratuitous violence, vivid description of gore? Not really. That's not the descriptions that would concern me for ESRB. I mean, look at the games that get T ratings. It would be T, most likely. Maybe M. I don't know. But it's nowhere near as bad as I think people think it is. Like, even, like, it's cartoon violence at best with descriptions of violence. Like, at its worst, it's cartoon violence with descriptions of depicted violence. Rated D for Dwarf. I don't know if anything should have a D rating. If you have a D rating, that means you're something very specific. Yeah, I mean, what's Zork rated? Oh, wow. You're actually in, like, a full-on fist fight now. Look at that. Bonk. You got the shit kicked out of you, dude. Weaver was just, like, punching people and then attacked the planter, and the planter hit back. Knocked all of his teeth out. Knocked him over. All right, well, there's got to be more crimes getting reported, right? I'm assuming. Couple. Name has been bestowed upon our shield, and we can check out the pillaging report. The Plank of Nations attacked the laborious Panthers of an unknown civilization at Mirror Hall, and the Dwarf Rith Titan Slayer led the attack, and the Titan Titan Slayer Hamax, the Rock Bends of Famine led the attack. Sorry. And the defenders were led by the Dwarf Necromancer Zasset Base Paddles. Hamax, the Rock Bends of Famine outmatched the Dwarf Necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Disemboweled Sabers, led by the Dwarf Rith, clashed with 25 animated corpses, slaying 10. They smashed somebody's arm. Goblin Night Slayer, interesting. I wonder what a Night Slayer is. Probably some sort of undead. Started some low-effort job hunting, old places trying to keep wages low despite success and with some dishonest talking points. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I hope you're able to find something a little better. Can I ask what industry you work in, Nuclear Sneeze? The Disemboweled Slavers, led by Titan Slayer, clashed with 78 animated goblins, slaying 10. The Disemboweled Slavers, led by the Dwarf Rith, Titan Slayer, clashed with 15 animated dwarves, slaying 10. The Disemboweled Slavers clashed with 68 animated goblins, slaying 10. Always 10. Slaying 10, slaying them. Oh, they clashed with 5 animated dwarves, slaying them. Clashed with animated goblins, slaying 10. Yeah, a lot of goblins and dwarves there. All right, well. Seems like we've got some goblins on our kill counts now. Or some zombie goblins, I suppose. Well, that's enough combat because they sure do know where we are now. It's not on our list here, but I guarantee you they know where we are. All right, so hopefully the dead will walk sooner rather than later, because that will bring great excitement to the fortress. But till then, I'm gonna chill. Make more swords, more other things. Goldpoke, did you see the Dwarf Fortress news from today? Because that there music pretty good. Saying thumbs up. Gosh. So I've been sent on a task by everybody's favorite Dwarf Fortress moderator, Clinodev, to get a short video of Tarn saying happy birthday, Clino, because it's Clino's birthday this weekend. You know, that's my small goal for PAX. I need to get Zach and Tarn to wish Clinodev a happy birthday. That's small goal for PAX. Software engineering? Gotcha. I mean, software devs, like, doesn't really matter what you're actually working on. It's all kind of it's all a similar deal. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I mean, I've heard some examples of, like, employers kind of doing the right thing post-pandemic. I know, like, my friend who I go backpacking with, who works in warehousing, they sell appliances. It's an appliance warehouse, right? And he's a forklift operator. And there was a good chunk of the pandemic where they were doing like 15 plus times their normal amount of revenue. Now that's like tapered off now, and they're back down to normal or more normal numbers. Still above normal, but like back down to closer like where they were before the pandemic. But there was a bit there where he was working 6 days a week, like 12 plus hour days, and they were like refusing to give people raises. And then finally they were just like, okay, so everybody's quitting. What if we just, like, they literally had like a roundtable meeting where they were just like, how much do you guys want to get paid in a raise to keep working these hours? And they, like, the entire group, they just kind of ambushed them with that. And the entire group was like $5 an hour. So they gave them all a $5 an hour raise, which is just kind of wild. We're just like, yep, now get back to work. Also, we're paying you overtime now, which is kind of insane. And you'd think that would be like the logical conclusion to come to for companies. It's just like, well, we're making stupid amounts of extra money or lots of recent success and extra money. pay people better. They should unionize. They're not a union. They don't need to be a union currently. I don't think. Like, the gist that I get is they're kind of pretty fair working space, but there are definitely lots of things that need to unionize. Like, as an example, like, you get a job at that place. It's a privately owned company, right? With just, like, you know your boss and whatnot. Their healthcare coverage is great. Like, they don't have issues with that sort of stuff. The issue just was, like, oh, suddenly there was just a lot of extra work and everybody was working forced overtime. They did, like, 3 weeks of everything being trashed, and they're like, actually, we're just going to pay everybody better now. So I think there are certain jobs where it's like, yeah, you definitely need to unionize. That one, I don't think they really have that kind of issue. Yeah, that is absolutely true. A union does have better bargaining power than an individual, but if you're being paid a fair wage where you don't need to bargain for a better wage in the first place, there's not always a reason to do that. They could, probably, though. You once saw an ad for a JavaScript language that was very specific. You don't even remember what it was. It was like a seasonal libraries. What? Amazon, on the other hand, those poor people, they need to nice. Although I think about, like, the people who work at IKEA here, and IKEA is a union, and they got locked into such a bad deal that they are now, I think it's like $3.50 below minimum wage here, and they can't get a wage increase for another 4 years. They're talking about going on strike again. It's kind of fucked up. It's not even about the money. You're just underpaid for the industry. You're underpaid for the industry, but you also live cheap. What gets you is you hear about some of your colleagues are told nobody else got a raise, etc. Let's be honest. Oh, that sucks. Like, from higher ups, I assume? Nuclear Steams? I mean, like, I quit my old job, which was in fast food, admittedly, because I struggled, pushed, bargained, yelled at, complained, bitched, moaned, and whined until I got raises to get paid a living wage for what I was doing, for the work that I was doing, because what I was doing was specialized work. And I managed to get up to about $15 an hour when the minimum wage here was $12 an hour. It was like $12.30 or something. And I managed to get up to about $15.50. And then minimum wage went up to $15 an hour, and they're like, yeah, we can give you a 20-cent raise. I'm like, from what I'm making currently, or my current wage plus minimum? Like, are you going to give me, like, the, like, almost $6 raise that you'd need to give me to keep me? And they're like, no, we can't do that, but we can give you 20 cents. I was like, okay, here's my 3 weeks notice. I'll see you guys never. Bye. A yearly performance and raise talks going around, and they can't really think that you're not talking about this shit. Yeah, you know what actually bothers me just about Western jobs is the fact that nobody's, like, it bothers me how taboo it is to talk about how much you make. Like, it's ridiculous, like, how taboo that is, in my opinion. About unions, your local train staff have been on strike with I mean, there's a lot of people on strike here because of how much inflation we have right now, and fucking rightfully so. And it's meant everything has been down because there's so much as would have brought, but I was allowed to stay home, which you disliked so much. Wait, what? They did change the center region yesterday, and it meant that everything was shut down because of the issues it would have brought. What, to, like, get people there? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, and Belliner, my teammate, talks about how he's like, yeah, his real name, first name, last name are public, and you just need to go to a government website for Finland and just type in his first name, last name, and it'll tell you what his wages were last year. It makes no fucking sense in the modern world, Lawson. It makes literally no sense. Just like I made 32,000 Canadian last year after I finished paying taxes, which is $20,000 below minimum wage. Hey, you know, I get by. I survive. Or rather, 20,000 below what's considered a living wage, not minimum. Minimum is like 42. Anyway, who you're going to vote for? I mean, that's sensitive anywhere, but I think that that's a bit more personal. I could understand why you wouldn't want to be super loud about that necessarily, especially if you have less popular opinions. Loads of train personnel uses the train to get to work, so the center region being hit more and more. And a lot of them couldn't get to their... Oh, no. Yeah, that does suck. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I talk to my best friend about who we're voting for all the time, but that's just because we talk about politics all the goddamn time. All right. The pits for students. I like this. This is a goblin book about pits for students. It's a 52-page guide entitled Pits for Students, authored by Burr Seduce Fork. Chat, do not seduce the fork. Their genitalia will thank you. Written by Burr Seduce Fork, it concerns the pits of vile nourish. It's very nourishing, hence why he's got a fork. The writing is stunningly self-indulgent, probably because he seduced the fork. And the prose is amateurish at best. But hey, Patchwork. What up, dude? How's things, man? How you been? How's shit cracking? You been good? Let's just brew drinks from plants. Get 2 of those jobs up and running. Going back to the earlier public transit act, the conductor on your train raised your blood pressure just from observing them do their job. Plus racist remarks. €9 ticket ends today. Wait, what? That sucks. Is there any way to report your train driver? At least here, there's like every single bus has like a key number on the side of the bus. So if you have problems with your driver, you get off, you note the number, and then you call their hotline or send them a DM on Twitter, which I've done before, and you can complain about your bus driver. Just be like, bus driver on this route at this time refused to stop at my stop or whatever. Like, it's very easy to just call out a driver and report it to TransLink here. I don't know what it's like for your train conductors, but that sucks, dude. Like the one on my channel or the one Kid Fox uploaded? I don't think that's really an issue, at least for me. I mean, it is literally the way the vanilla game looks. The direct down walls. And, like... I don't know. I don't see it as an issue at all, the walls. I don't think that they need to fix them because I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Yeah, it's like a how's my driving sticker, but it's not a how's my driving sticker. It's a this bus's number, and then you can report them. I've reported a bus driver while still on a bus once because he ran a red light. Maybe I'm just a bad person. I don't know. Are you all hooked up? We're hooked up. Hooked up, and you're hooked up. Okay. Pull this lever and just make sure all of this works. And someone should come over here and pull that. I don't even know what you're talking about, Animal. All right, so those 2 closed. Those all closed out. Now I can go down here, and we can knock that out. Running a red light is in fact a crime. Yeah, and I'm in fact a cop by that logic, I suppose. kind of facing the same issue, but the caveat is that everyone needs you to do more job in basically the same way. You know, it's kind of funny, like, the way you guys, the way people, like, Nuclear Sneeze and, like, the way you just kind of commented on that Red Dragon, that's exactly the same shit that I went through at my old job. Except, like, it was basic work, you know, cleaning a McDonald's on the night shift. It's like the difference between cleaning a McDonald's on the night shift and, like, programming, they still, like, ask you to do more and refuse to give you raises. It's, very weird era. And then my grandma's just like, oh, you know, you could just go get a job working for the government. I'm like, well, Grandma, that's not how it works, unfortunately. There was a 9-euro ticket a month offer for the past 3 months in Germany. Yeah, I remember that. I heard about that on the news. Certainly possible to report them. You encouraged one of the harassed passengers to do that as well. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have the option to ride your bike, ride the bike. If the weather's nice, why not? Like, if that's an option to you, take that option, because that's probably the best option, to just ride the bike. Like, ran through a bunch of jobs, and the recruiter flat out told you that you were not getting a hike. And the recruiter flat out told you that you're not getting a hike, but you're getting to work 1 level up. What does that mean? Can you translate into not job recruiter speak? Autumn has come. What does not getting a hike mean? I want to go on a hike. Hikes are great. I'm actually going on a hike in 2 weeks. Walking up Golden Ears. Can't fucking wait. I'm stoked. It's really funny how many people talk about Simon Sewer's music like it's already in Dwarf Fortress. It's just like, man, the game would never feel the same without Simon's music. It's like, what? It's like, I agree, but also, it's not just that. Lots of recruitment and not a lot of better payment. You've resisted corporate offers for a while on moral grounds, automotive in particular. However, I recently have come to realize that in your current line of business isn't aligned with your ideals either. It's a lateral move at worst. I mean, there's also the make the money now while the big companies are offering it kind of shtick, but I understand the desire to not want to work for big companies because they tend to suck. They're looking for a certain level above what you currently are labeled as, so you applied, and they flat out told you that they will not give you a pay raise. Huh. That's not how that works. That's fucked up. Okay. That is very fucked up. I mean, the way that I got, I mean, I've told this story before, and you know, like, fast food isn't really comparable to jobs that employ intelligent people. But what I can say is the literal only way I actually got a raise was by taking advantage of a manager who didn't want to talk to other people in the company's management structure and was too dumb to fact check. It's literally the only reason I ended up making as much as I did. because when I transferred locations, I was making $12.60 an hour. I was 20 cents above minimum wage. When I transferred locations, my new boss was just like, Greg, how much were you making at the old place? I just looked him dead in the eye and said, $15 an hour. I literally gave myself a raise. This is what we wanted. The Dead Walk. Hide while you still can. We're gonna lock the dwarves inside. So, oh wow, they are quite close. All right, gotta keep that in mind. I wonder how big this siege is gonna be. Because the siege cap is 600. All right, well, let's get this sealed up as quick as possible. Do that now. And do that now. It's not only does the... I like how 2 different dwarves are gonna get stuck in here. Maybe not 2. Come on, guys, get inside. What are you doing? You seem stuck. Alright, they're gonna run up there and close that. How many goblins are on the map? Undead goblins, 54? Or more still spawning? I wonder if they're armed. Yeah, they're armed with, ooh, steel? Okay. They have any iconography on their helmets? Doesn't look like it. I wonder if there's any, intelligent undeads. Jamming on the food and industry song. Dude, it's so good. Hold on, you know, I might even just put that on. Yeah. Seems like some pretty good combat music, you know what I'm saying? Gotta skip forward a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. So who's gonna translate this, by the way? Yeah, it looks like it's like 50-something zombies. That's not so bad. Zombie walk slow. Thinking back on the movie made you remember just how many aspects they... Wait, what? Oh, no, it's literally this nuclear. I don't know if this is better than that or anything. I think it is. Ten-hour version incoming? I mean, go do that. Go download that and upload it. I would do that, but I feel like that's just straight up stealing content. That's not transformative. Not that Kid Fox would take me down for it, but like, actually, Kid Fox should upload a 10-hour version of this. Let's see, have any more zombies appeared? Nope. Now, did they get that door shut? Yes, they did. It's also, like, painfully short. That's the actual issue that I have with that little piece of music, is it's not long enough. So yeah, we do need a 10-hour version is what I'm trying to say. No, that's the entirety of the version. I'll pass on the 10-hour version, though. As these slow-moving zumbles come over. So we can start torching zombies. That's okay. I'm just gonna point this out. I'm gonna be that guy for a second. But record press, hopefully sooner rather than later. I mean, if tiny little indie games that, you know, sell 15,000 copies can have record presses, so can that soundtrack. That soundtrack absolutely slaps. It's such a neat story, though, because, like, Simon, like, you know, wrote a fan soundtrack for a video game, and then literally a decade later is just like, hey, a ghost is haunting the fortress. Well, that's unfortunate. And then literally a decade later, it's like working on the game properly. Oh, I see. I've already made them. Never mind. I just need to place them. These zombies move very slowly. Meaning, I think that this defensive structure is actually better suited to fight with zombies. Or to boil zombies, burn zombies, I guess. Although the intelligent undead move real fast, so those will be sketch to deal with. Oh, it's gonna trip on my trap. Hey, we got one! I think that might actually be one of the first kills that this trap's gotten. Kind of curious. How many kills do you have credited? Turns out green glass corkscrews, very effective, and don't break as often as green glass discs. Oh, do they have no? Oh, they got no kills credited to them. That's unfortunate. Maybe it's the mechanisms. No, no kills credited to the weapon trap. That's unfortunate. Are we gonna get another one? Kill two. Come on. Kill two in 3, 2. Oh. Oh, there goes something. Whatever that was. It's an upper arm. Cut off his arm. But yeah, I've passed on that request of a 10-hour upload of food and industry. Because that is something Kid Fox should do, not something I should do. Although if they say go ahead, I'll fucking do it. You're damn right I'll do it. I won't even monetize it. But yeah, I can't wait to hear all that stuff in context. I'm wondering now if Tarn was able to get local audio working, because I know that was something that he talked about that he said was possible that he wanted to work on. But I wonder if that was something that he actually was able to get working. Essentially, like, if you're focused on a particular area of the fortress, you'll hear different sounds based on what you're looking at on the screen. Because I know that they have the tech for it. They've talked about having the tech for it. They've said that the engine is capable of it. It's just a matter of whether or not they do it. And it's something that they want to implement for premium. Makes me curious to know that, actually. Oh, hey, I finally got a dislike on my video from today. It's now got 149 likes and 1 dislike. Oh, boo-hoo. Where's the last goblin? I think... Oh, there's the ghost. I think it's this one. It's the last one. So when this guy is in the trap area, we burn him. So this is going to be the first time our trap gets to eat some delicious, delicious, delicious zombies. I'm just kind of hoping that we'll get bigger zombie sieges. A dislike, I know, right? To any of you guys who watched, who saw that video that I put up of me complaining about that Polygon article that was talking about roguelikes, and none of them are roguelikes, that video got a lot of dislikes. It was like 75% likes to dislikes, which isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things, but compared to most of my videos where it's like either 100% or like 99% likes to dislikes generally, it's like, wow, that's a bit of a ratio. I was kind of expecting it though. I'm also really curious to see how much quicker this drain cleans out, because I did just upgrade the drainage. Added 3 more bridges, so it's got 3 more spots where it can drain, and it should drain it much quicker. Takes a little bit too long to drain currently, but we'll see. 2 more zombies to get into the trap. 2 more. So, Animal, is that strike that you were talking about going to like affect your ability to get to work more, or is that resolved? So if that's something that you need to deal with long term, that sucks. Also, Tele B has cooked a masterpiece dwarven wine roast. Gotta love some dwarven wine roast. Just like Grandmam used to make it. Right. Zombie, you can move just a little closer. There you go. We'll get this lever pulling, and I will get this lever pulling. Oh, okay. I thought you missed a whole day at work. No other issues ahead? Gotcha. We've had some weird issues with our public transit recently, but that's because some fucking genius working maintenance at TransLink sent out a train that wasn't supposed to go out. And it shaved from the article that I read approximately 3 centimeters off the top of the track all the way along. And these are like electric rails, right? So it shaved about that much off of the top of one of the rails all the way across the bridge, and they had to redo the entire rail. So it was like a good... Okay, that gate's shut. It was about a good 3 weeks of every single train going across that bridge on single rail traffic instead of 2. So instead of having one going in each direction, it was one goes one way, one goes the other way. Also, they were repairing it. So there was like 8 to 10 minute delays between each train. And for context, these trains normally run once every 2 minutes normally. So, yeah. Anyway, we got all of the zombies trapped in the cage trap, and now we just got a lever to pull. When somebody stops praying for a little bit, they will pull the lever. And the zombies are, Did you see the zombie? He just climbed up here for a second. Wow. Guys, get that lever pulled. And the lever's been pulled. So the lava now starts dumping. That's pretty effective, as I always say. I'm always like mildly shocked by how quickly this thing just like dispatches of an entire siege. I can't wait to see flowing lava and shit in premium. There's going to be something about just seeing pretty pictures instead of the usual visuals that I'm used to. There's going to be something about that that's going to be kind of special. It's going to be a fun week. I just hope it's soon. Kind of curious what the Kit Fox Discord is saying about the music. So chat, I have a quote from Krug Smash. Admittedly, this was a little bit ago. He posted on the Kit Fox Discord saying, "Out of my mind with excitement over this." And you know what? Yup. I tend to agree. We're inching ever closer. Ever closer. Back with a beer? What kind of beer? Our invest still not open? Because it's been less than 40 minutes. Kivish, the astronomers shared a rumor from abroad. What's that though? See any combat news? It's gotta still be this stuff over here. There's fights going up there. You feel poor? Dude, you have 10,000 tickets. You're probably in the top 25. But you feel poor because Diamond's over here with like... Diamond, how many tickets are you at? Are you still above 2 milli? You feel unpoor. You poor. I don't think porrent is a word. Less than 1.5. Oh, you big baby. Dude, you have so. It's true. He does have so many. It's far and away. The most, tickets anyone's had. Also, I think these goblin corpses are burning. They're literally all burning. They burn for quite a while. Hey, if you flip those two around, that's pretty nice, though. You could be doing worse. His reaction is only human, never heard of Keeping Up with the Diamonds is. Well. I guess so. What's the red stuff? What happens when you dig very, very deep? What's at the center of the earth? It's clearly spicy water. That's what it is. All right, anyway, that siege is gone. So I can go up here, and I can pull this lever. Yes, it's lava. And so now my drain should be significantly faster. Let's see how this drain goes. And we've named another sword, or weapon, or whatever. Never mind, a shield. Here. So the drains should be significantly more efficient now, because it'll drain here as well as down here, and it'll go further up. It's going to drain in more places this time. We'll see how much quicker it is. Spicy water, best water. Yeah. It's a heated bathroom floor. That's what it is. That seems pretty effective. Quite happy with that. Nice quick drainage. The problem is we're now igniting coal. And something fun about Dwarf Fortress is if you set coal on fire, it burns for about as long as coal burns, or raw coal in a coal mine would burn, which is approximately a year. That's going to burn for approximately a year. Is this for defense? Yep, we just burnt a bunch of zombies with it. You fight with Threatdweller and you get torched. Open up the front door. Burning the baddies, yeah. Gobbies, humans, whoever really attacks us. We're not picky. Then we take all the stuff that they leave behind and we melt it down. So now once that's done draining, we can just go in there and get all that stuff back. And melt down more of it. We're going to continue working on this. Although I'm just going to jump up here and we're going to unsuspend all this. Witched out burning entity. It burns! It does in fact burns. Does it Mr. Burns, though? The true fear is when it starts to Mrs. Burns. Also, 2 more counts of disorderly conduct against Cole. You can also see the lava from up here, just like spreading out down there. But yeah, this is the mountain home of this particular faction. So this fortress is very gaudy and over the top. It doesn't need to be gaudy and over the top. I just like making my mountain homes gaudy and over the top. Kind of the whole point of this faction is, you know, it is the home, or the whole point of this fortress is it's the home of this whole faction. So our queen lives here. All of our diplomats live here. I hope at some point some barons will live here too. And we run the faction, which is the Plank of Nations. We are the Ancient Beard. Gucci house? Sort of. It's just a good house for stout creatures fond of drink and industry. We have fancy adamantine weapons. We are pumping lava from down here. It's a pretty good time. I've been playing this fort for a couple weeks. But gonna keep mining down. The long burn? You mean long death? Yeah, long death I usually do on Tuesdays these days. I once had 14 barons in a single fort. They can just move in sometimes. But yeah, there was one time I had a very dead faction, and I just had a baron get elected because the previous baron died somewhere in the world. And then over the next like 4 or 5 years, a bunch of others just showed up. It was like, a barony has arrived. I'm like, why? But I had so many barons in that fort, it was ridiculous. It's kind of neat, though. I mean, not particularly complaining, but... It would be nice to have a barony, because then we could get helixes. But currently we're kind of stuck. Do all of them get mandates and stuff? Yep. But, you know, the mandates are generally reasonable. And if you don't get reasonable mandates, you can just expel them. Or you can forcibly remove them from their position. Both of which are pretty effective. Can't believe I just had to explain to somebody what 13 plus at the beginning of a panel means. Oh, Reddit, you're dense sometimes. Because, like, Kid Fox is taking part in 2 separate panels at PAX, right? There's the Dwarf Fortress one where they're, like, going to be demoing Dwarf Fortress live, right? And then there's another one, which is who is the hottest video game character. And then in brackets, it says 13 plus next to it, right? Well, it says that next to both of them. And then this person in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit just commented on that in the context of who is the hottest 13 plus video game character. And they're like, please don't do that. That's just like, you know that's like age restriction for the panel and not the context of what they're talking about, right? It's like basically means that they're allowed to swear on the panel is what that means. We can barely type. You'll go to sleep. We'll see when we see a nuclear sneeze. Don't forget to listen to food and industry. I have to stop myself from saying drink and industry. So listen to some food and industry before bed. It's good for you. Do I take the gamble? How much adamantine am I at right now? $38 adamantine wafers. I think I'll just leave those until I find something that I really need. Tis kind of plenty anyway. I can apparently make rose gold. Make some rose gold. Not sure how much we'll actually get, but... Here I am getting hungry early again. I don't know what's wrong with me all of a sudden. I used to always, like, not get hungry until, like, later in the day, but... Now I'm over here just getting hungry super early in the day. Like, what the hell's wrong with me? Like, I'm used to eating lunch at, like, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. And it's, like, It's 12:30 and I'm sitting here and it's like, man, tummy, jeez. We'll see you later, Red Dragon. Thanks for the conversations earlier. Cheers. Also, Stone, since you just waved in chat, I also want to note that your dwarf has done some pretty heroic things that you'll never be credited for. For one thing, you're missing your right arm, or your right upper arm, whatever that means. You're missing part of your arm, right? And of course your lover is wait what, the brewer, right? But you've been a dwarf that has pulled the oh fuck lever a number of times and stopped goblins from getting into the fort by maybe mere turn ticks, like maybe 1 or 2 tiles away from them getting into the fortress a couple of times. Like, you ran straight towards them with them shooting arrows at you, and you'll never get credit for it. But you did it. 101 years old. Grown up so fast, this one is. Really makes me wish we could make prosthetic arms with, like, metal hooks or something on them, or, like, a sword sticking out of it. Kind of a shame. So now we just go back to the speculation of, like, will anything be announced at PAX? I will say this, chat. Whenever Premium is actually released, a week or 2 after, or whenever their life calms down a little bit, I'm going to try and do another Q&A stream. And that's something that I'm going to try and set up while I'm at PAX, is just be like, hey, after it's announced, Lever, are you on the right account? Diamond? Just thought I'd ask. Or are you just saying lever because it's a gremlin and that's what gremlins care about? But one of my goals is to, like, a couple of weeks after launch, try and do a post-launch talk where we just chat again. Because I'm really curious to know what the next couple of weeks after launch are going to look like for Zack and Tarn. Yeah, I'm sure that there will be tons of post-release questions, but, like, first off, I hope it launches smoothly, and I hope that there isn't a lot of bugs at launch that need to be fixed, but usually Zack and Tarn are pretty quick about fixing stuff when stuff is broken. Like, usually they find it pretty quickly and get it sorted. Like, I remember, like, the children murdering their mothers bug was in the game for, like, 4 days or something. So they're generally pretty fast, and that was a weird one, too. Which required some mechanics rewrites, apparently. Anyway, with some exceptions, like, they've generally been they're generally pretty quick about fixing issues like that, and it makes me curious to know what their plans are going to be after it's out. I mean, adventure mode still needs to be done, right? Like, and that's the thing that I think a lot of the people who don't play the game right now don't really think about when they're, like, complaining that just release it already. It's like, there's literally a whole nother game inside of Dwarf Fortress that won't be in the game at launch. Like, there is a whole game missing. So that's going to be real interesting. And I'm really curious and excited to see what the result is of that, because my hope is that Premium releases and does well. A lot of people get into it. And then spend the 8 months to a year, 2 years or whatever, playing the shit out of it. And then adventure mode comes out, and then everybody jumps into it and tries it because they've spent the last year or whatever, or what have you, learning Fortress mode. Gremlins goes crazy about levers. You know what I've been thinking about doing? This would be kind of sellouty. Is making... Okay, so you know how I have Crypt Paywall? What if the first Crypt Paywall wasn't a paywall? Instead, it was a gremlin. The second one was a lever. And then the rest are walls. was thinking about this recently. But I don't like selling emotes. That's the actual problem. I don't like how expensive they get. Because they do get kind of exorbitantly expensive. I literally can't pay Cooler legally, which is a problem. Wonder if I could just send him money in Warframe or something. Like, Cooler, can I send you platinum? Yeah, I can't legally give him money. Sending, as a Canadian, sending money to a Russian citizen isn't a brilliantly smart idea. Especially when I have to declare that on my taxes. Although I know that Cooler has said that he really wants to make a custom tile set for Dwarf Fortress post-premium release and put it on the workshop. Maybe he'll still do that. And we could just, like, yoink that. Eventually, I might end up with a way to be able to do that, but... we'll see. You know, I keep getting emails from PAX about opportunities to play Splatoon 2. Is it weird for me to say out loud? I don't give a shit. Or it's Splatoon 3, sorry, not 2. I don't give a shit. I really, really, really don't give a shit. Oh no, a mountain gnome has guzzled some of my wine. That's fine. Enjoy the wine, buddy. Splatoon 3. Lame. Yeah, right. Lame. Well, the placeholder release date is still January. It's still January. In SteamDB? Yep, I just looked. Where's information? Yeah, 19th of January. Splatoon 3. It's the "You're a kid now, you're a squid now" published by Nintendo video game. That is in fact what that is. Yes, kid now, squid now, post-apocalyptic nightmare video game thing. All right, how much booze do we have? It's fine. Plenty to share with the gnomes. I'm actually really excited to see what the gnomes look like in premium for one reason. Well, excited's a bad word to use, so I'm going to apologize for that word. I'm curious to see what they look like. Because there's something that you need to know about gnomes if you don't know anything about gnomes in Dwarf Fortress chat. They're butt-ass naked all the time. They also can't talk. So it's literally just like a bunch of naked little bearded dudes or beardless dudes, depending, running into your fortress and chugging all your alcohol. No, they're naked in Dwarf Fort. They're literally like pseudo-dwarves. Like, they're just a bunch of naked little guys that run into your fortress and chug all your booze. They're the only thing that can outdrink a dwarf in Dwarf Fortress. So they just book it into your fort and drink all your stuff. They're just like chug, 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 chug. Yeah, they're literally naked mute alcoholics. So a bunch of Irishmen run into your bar. No, it's crazy. It's like, did I catch a... Huh. Did in fact catch a goblin. Well, I can throw that into the lava pits. Deal with him. Why not kill them? Because they're chill little dudes with beards. They're friendly. Like, literally. Look, they're well, technically they're wild animals, but they're my guests. Come on. Why would I kill a gnome? They know everything about you. That would be like, okay, let's just say, let me pitch it this way to you, right? Imagine you have a dog, right? And on your front porch, you leave dog food out for your dog. And a stray dog that you've never seen before comes by and eats a little bit of your food. Do you shoot the dog? Do you kill the dog? Or do you chase the dog away? Because if your response is kill the dog, that's about how I feel about these gnomes. It's like, well, I mean, they're not really hurting anybody. Would I chase them away if they become a problem? Yeah. But are the gnomes themselves a problem? No. Add a second one. Exactly! And then suddenly you have another dog. It's great. Yeah, no, that's how I feel about the gnomes. I can produce alcohol way faster than my dwarves can drink it anyway, so it's not a problem. Well, that's a life choice that you have. Meanwhile, I'm over here, the Canadian who doesn't like guns in the slightest, who's very disappointed in that statement. But, you know, we all can, like, flex above our ability as people with tools that we don't need. That's acceptable in culture, apparently. Let's open up this side door. Let's open up the back door. Well, I mean, now you're just lying about everything, so now I don't know what to trust you on. By that, I mean literally nothing. I'm from Mars? Well, aren't we all? Ancient alien theorists believe. The answer is yes. So much construction being done. Sure, it wasn't funny and didn't come across as a joke. Now you just seem to be disingenuous, making statements to get a rise out of people, which I'm not sure how that benefits anybody. If you want to make fun of somebody, imply that you're making a joke, or, you know, actually make a joke with a punchline. You know, it really makes me realize just how far these dwarves have to walk to actually do this construction when I see them getting all thirsty halfway through. It's like, oops, I think I maybe made this a bit too far away. Good thing there's a tavern down here, so they can just go get a drink down here if they need it. This is a fully stocked tavern. It's a little small, but it's fully stocked. This is what we're working on right here. It's a bit of a hike. Yeah. It's like a full-on work commute. Although, on the add a second bowl comment, one of my neighbors in my building has 2 cats. And their cats have these... They just always have full food bowls in their apartment. And they leave their apartment store open year-round, basically. And so the result is every single cat that lives in my apartment building is excessively fat. Because regardless of where the cat lives, if the cat goes outside, they go into that one neighbor's house or apartment, and they just eat from the smorgasbord of food that's in infinitely full, which is kind of amazing. So the result is there's a lot of very fat cats around here. They're all very happy cats, though, and they all get along great, which is good. No cat fights ever. Also, hi, Orange. When did you pop in? Did you hear the new bangers from, that's going to be in Dwarf Fortress sooner rather than later? Because they fucking slap. Also, apparently I'm a wizard, according to Farana. Thank you. You just got off work seconds ago? Also, chat, you want to know what makes me truly, truly, truly disappointed? This makes me truly, truly, truly disappointed. Serves me right to be mildly interested in fishing game. I really wanted that game to be good because I really like Hunter Call of the Wild, but let's sigh. You pay per meter of fishing line? No, the game's $30. There's no DLC for it. Apparently, it's just not very good. Like this review. Don't expect a polished product. Despite calling it a full release, this is very much an early access project that needs a lot of work. There are many good features and visuals and many bad or outright missing features and visuals. Which is sad. There's a lot of comments like that. They're like, game looks really pretty, but mechanically it's busted, apparently. Which sucks. Because I really wanted that game to be good. Damn it. I have Ultimate Fishing Simulator. I actually have a bunch of the rarest achievements in that game because I bought the all DLC pack, which for like, it was like $8 or something for all of the DLC. A lot of people don't own any of those DLCs, especially like the weirdly exotic zones. So the result is a lot of those achievements are exceptionally rare. Hey, Clino. Big fan of the announcement today. Also, it's looking more and more likely that I'll be able to get you a happy birthday shout out. Plastic Duck Simulator? What? 2 hours of fun? That's generous. Maybe $2 worth of fun. That's just quackers? I mean, I don't need a plastic duck simulator. I got all the rubber ducks I need. Anyway, you go have a good sleep, Stone. You as well. With the highest craft worship? Yeah, if it's not pressed by dwarves in pure, like, either wrought iron or steel and, you know, forged in above a magma forge, it's not a worthy record. But I do want that on vinyl. A brewer has been taken by a Fey mood. who's really thirsty. That's not good. Adamantium Records. That has to be a record label already. Has to be a thing. But yeah, I don't know if like Fellow Traveler can release all of their games physically. This has to be. Dwarf Fortress has to be able to put that soundtrack out physically. No, well, okay. So if they release the soundtrack on vinyl, right? It needs to be one of two things. They need to have an adamantine edition, so like a blue kind of turquoisey color, maybe with like some streaks in it, adamantine edition, and then a Dug Too Deep edition, which is blue, but like with a red circle in the middle. And just plain black. Oh, would you look at that? Dwarf in prison, still tantruming. Oh, boo-hoo, life sucks. Well, it doesn't feel anything after being confined, but is angry after dwelling upon getting into an argument. And tantruming in there is going to make this better for you. How? I need to make 2 more maces. Mace. Iron. 2. And what's the mayor want? Earrings. What was the job of that dwarf? Brewer. I mean, nobody in their right mind actually hates elves. Elves are pretty cool. But I mean, it's the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, so why would you sell an elves edition of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack? That would need to be the Elf Fortress soundtrack when elves become playable and they get their own unique music in like 10 years. Because you know that'll happen eventually, right? Maybe they could have like a necromancy edition that's purple. Hell version gets a wood pipe with a note that says play your own music. You know, I'm kind of sold on that concept. I'm not going to lie. What are you going for? Craftsdorf shop? Yep. All right. Let's claim to Craftsdorf shop. Immediately runs off. Although I feel like it would be like a wood pipe and a lute. Maybe an ocarina equivalent thing. I gotta say, though, my biggest disappointment of the soundtrack is that I can't buy the digital version yet. Because if I could, you know I would just buy it and have it playing in the background, right? It's just a wood block and a chisel. Get to work, you slob. CDs will be retro enough so it'll be cool again. You know, CDs are actually making a comeback right now, and you want to know why? It's because a lot of people are getting fucking fed up and tired and pissed off at Spotify and Google Play Music and Apple Music and YouTube Music because, like, music comes and goes on those platforms, right? Not everybody wants to just buy, or not everybody wants to just, like, pay for a subscription. You might have access to music, you might not. Not everybody wants to do that, right? So the result is there's some people, myself included, who have just kind of started to say, fuck it. And like, I really like my records, right? And I also really like cassettes, but I do own quite a few CDs. And you know why? Because sometimes there's a record I really want, but they only pressed 500 of them in 1991 and they cost $2,000 a copy for the used copies and they're not in great condition. But they still make CDs. So I buy the fucking CD. And for $15 or whatever. But the thing is, like, if you go to like any record store that has CDs, their records will be like $15 to $30 a pop, right? CDs will be like, or the tape cassettes will be anywhere from like $5 to $10. CDs will be anywhere from $1 to $20. So you can really get like a lot of, like, when I last went out to Vancouver Island and me and my friend Kevin went to 8 different record stores. I spent, it was like $80 and I bought, I think it was 4 records. He spent like $250 and got, it was like 70 CDs or something. It was just like this ridiculously large number of CDs to the point where like he got home and he realized he owned 2 of them already. Like it's just like, oh, it's $1. Okay, I'll buy a used CD for $1. It's been so hard not sharing the music news. You harassed Victoria Tran at Kit Fox for months. Oops, hold on. I have a warm. Go outside and you won't be cold anymore then, Suey. That sucks. Like, you know, take a COVID test and then drink lemon and water. Eat garlic. You harassed Victoria Kit Fox to bring Simon Sewer on. I seem to remember you mentioning that you were bugging her or bugging Kit Fox to do that. I seem to vaguely remember that. Might be like making that up though. And one day you asked her, so how's the Simon Sewer soundtrack going? And it was just the right pre-coffee moment or whatever. And she answered something like, yeah, we're still deciding on whether or not to do it as DLC or just include the tracks. Oops. Ah. Well, actually, that would, now that you mentioned it, that would actually be a really good way to do DLC for Dwarf Fortress. Is just add more music. Isn't bad. Caught it from Boy's little cousins. Gotcha. That sucks. Feel better soon. Feel better soon. Drink tea. You would like to buy something and give money to the creator / producer and own it. Fuck subscriptions. Fuck one-off products and content. So there's a really, I don't know if it's interesting. I think I posted it on the Discord. There's a video that Herman Lee put on his YouTube channel about why so many bands are still canceling tours. And it's a really depressing sight to behold, I'll be honest. Yeah, that too. What Aqua said. Stay inside. Chill. Do less work. Nap. Just pretend to just have a man cold or whatever they call that crap when guys refuse to do anything because they have a mild cold. Waiting on a phone call? Sounds like a good thing to be waiting for, Orange. Is it a good phone call? Also, speaking of good news, chat, I think my patches are ready to be picked up. Which means I might literally, Friday before PAX, be walking down to Staples to pick up my patches. Which means I can bring patches to PAX. You gather from stray comments that Simon didn't want to take money from Charm, but was willing to take a share of a DLC, but apparently Kit Fox was able to force him to take their grubby little corporate money. Their grubby little corporate money, hey? The concept of Kit Fox being corporate is cute, but... I'll be gone for a bit, meeting here shortly. Well, I'll still be here when you get back, I'm sure. Unless... I don't know, my building collapses or something. My internet goes out. Considering they don't have a CEO, they have a captain. You know? They're, if anything, I would say it's more like the Kit Fox pirate ship. Because they do have a captain. Phone rings. What? What's this? Oh, phone call sign in. I've seen that. you imagine them wording it that way too? Yeah. Take our ill-gotten gains. Also, this dwarf is very obsessed with grabbing all of the malachite. Weed-infused edibles? I could just make you some. Like, do you want a bottle of weed-infused olive oil? I can get you that stat. Make a stir fry and get fried. Yeah. It's a stir fry, except the stir fry fries you. Also, a little bit of F1 humor here for a second here. A friend of mine, Ryan, posts on Discord he's playing F1 Manager 2022, and I'm just like, he's just like, I'm managing Aston Martin. And I'm like, can you manage Stroll off the team, please? It's almost quite, what, corporate grubby myth? Grubby corporate money is almost quite, like, I believe that that's a Victoria quote. Well, it sounds like something Victoria would say. Funny is saying the phone call you're waiting on is for a Vancouver-Calgary run. That's not too bad of a drive. I've done that drive before. Does that over the Coquihalla? I would assume so. You don't get to take the route around it. That's kind of treacherous, though. It is literally like the worst highway in Canada. And it's a fucking toll booth highway. Good camping at the top of it, though. Don't crash. You might end up on Highway Through Hell TV show. It's weird that the towers don't show up. I could probably just destroy this tower if I raided it a couple times. F1 manager bugs the other day. You saw a comment. Seems that there's an issue with Ferrari. They're running normal and sometimes even effective strategies. Yeah, I mean, like, people are being overly critical about it, but people that are going to be overly critical about a game like that are always going to be overly critical about a game like that. Because that's the sort of thing that you obsess over. Everything I've heard about F1 managers is that it's actually pretty damn good. You'll aim for the camera crew if you do. Have you ever seen Highway Through Hell, Orange? If you haven't, it's worth looking up. It's literally, it's a reality TV show, so take it with a grain of salt for how real it actually is. About tow truck drivers on that highway. And I've seen their trucks, like it's a legit tow truck company. I've seen them like pulling people out of the ditch before on the coke. Such a weird name for a highway, but you know, here we are. Oh, I'm sure they will. Here's the thing though. With Frontier, that's an if. If it's their own IP. if it's not their own IP, they'll fix it. Frontier is really good about fixing issues with games that they own the entire rights to. Also, mysterious construction has begun. Frontier has rights. They have IPs that they've made, like Elite. Elite is a Frontier IP. There's some goofy stuff with yielding during qualities and some blue flag stuff, but that's to be expected. Gotta write some pretty complicated AI. Yeah, and as long, like, for this, I know I'm not talking about Dwarf Fortress on a Dwarf Fortress stream, but this is not too unusual. With those types of games, you just need an approximation. You don't need, like, a one-to-one simulation. It's never going to be perfect. But as long as you can just get that approximation of the game down, you're good. And the gist I've gotten is they got that approximation pretty clear. All right, you're gonna go. Why are you eating there? Is that not? Oh, huh. And here I thought that this was the manager's chair. Okay, well that should be dedicated to the manager so people don't eat there. Let's just put a table there. You don't want dwarves to be eating at a chair without a table because they get upset due to the lack of tables. It's not like life-altering or anything, but it's enough that it's noticeable. I'm going to put some artifacts up there. Wow. Flooring's almost done. And we're going to make more conglomerate blocks. And, okay, we finally got that artifact done. Risen, the brewer, has created Enamungeg, a malachite crown, and claims it as a family heirloom. I think that should be given to the queen, personally. Shimmer Fails is the name of it. This is a malachite crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular malachite cabochons and studded with bismuth, and encircled with bands of cave spider silk and round, brilliant cut moss opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of malachite and pigtail and menaces with spikes of malachite and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of velvet specialty adamantine cage and troll fur. On the item is an image of Aban Will axes the dwarf in pink tourmaline. Who the heck is Abba and Will Axes? One of your friends? Passing acquaintance, mayhaps? Huh. Interesting. Well, let's jump up to... Well, actually, let's jump down to here. Pedestal. True, and you gotta temper your expectations. People putting all their hopes and enjoyment on it being exactly like real life every time are going to get disappointed. Yep. Yeah, this is true. Like, football simulator is not exactly, or football manager is not exactly one-to-one photo accurate. And the game is saving. Hey, Fight a Tech. Hope things are well. Things are pretty good. Did you see the Kit Fox video from this morning? Or the video I put up, alternatively. New music stuff announced. Shit slaps. Absolutely fucking slaps. No, go watch it now. Just at the very least, go skim through and give it a listen, because new music for Dwarf Fortress is old music being redone, which is very exciting. Hello, Onyx. Also, I know that they're still named Wilmer, but you're still the outpost liaison of this fort. You are lonely after being away from family for too long, and bored after being unable to practice a martial art. But aside from that, you're still good. Aslam over here is constructing a building. We went on the last few to do so, actually. And another vile force of darkness has arrived. So previously it was zombies, and now we're out of zombies and back into goblins. Would you look at that? I don't know how big this siege is going to be. We gotta lock them doors, though. Lock them doors and hide the wives. And put away the good silver. Slam the bridges shut. All right, chat. Round of beers for all these goblins and apparently trolls and beak dogs that are about to horribly die. Hopefully it's a good big one, though. Because now we're fighting against two different goblin factions. Actually, which goblin faction is this? Two different goblin factions and a necromancer tower. The occult seduction, a goblin civ. All right, all right. The Watchet of Midnight, a well-designed image of a jute plant. Such a cool name, such an odd image. We are the Watch of Night. This is an image of a plant. Okay, good for you. This is looking like it's going to be a big one, actually. There's another line of beak dogs. Wow. Yeah, when the goblins are all riding beak dogs, it really inflates the number of things that attack pretty dramatically. I mean, look at this. We're up to 340. 360. This is going to get framey, I think. We need this done stat, dwarves. Okay, Reg is coming to pull the lever. Please go pull that lever. We really need that lever pulled. Pull the lever. Like, it's getting a little close, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of a little close. I mean, there's the enemy army. Okay, lever's been pulled. We're good. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Wrong lever. 470. Good God. I'm not gonna lie, like, I know that I intentionally cranked up the number of enemy siegers. I am impressed by how well this is running. Like, this is maybe 25 frames a second? Maybe a little higher? Give or take? It's ridiculous how well this runs. Considering how, like, there's still more spawn. We're up to 500 entities on the map. Like, that's a lot of shit that the game's following. And, like, that's the number of wild animals. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 wild animals. The rest of that is all enemy invaders. It's like, I know I've cranked the number up, right? I am allowing this to happen. But I am impressed by how well it runs. Like, there are points where, like, it'll slow down. But, like, this is a bigger than normal map. Much bigger than normal. It's like 3 times. Like, this map is kind of huge. So it actually takes the armies a while to get to my fortress, depending on where they spawn. Like, it's ridiculous just how big this is. But yeah, Farana. Also, Farana, why am I a wizard? Is it just because I, like, had a link to a thing? They didn't actually give me that link early. They literally, like, I got it in my email like everybody else. I just posted it in Discord the second I got the email. This only shows what a NASA computer you have, and I'm clearly showing off. So this computer, I do have 64 gigabytes of RAM, which is a little ridiculous. 2 terabytes of onboard NVMe solid-state memory, i7 7700K processor from 2018 that I got used. I'm not the original owner of this motherboard and CPU. 64. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM because, believe it or not, running 2 web browsers, a bot, Discord, a game, OBS, and Steam probably in the background, and a bunch of other idle software uses quite a bit of RAM. Like, it's like 8 gigs of RAM all in all by the end of it. So it's like, you kind of want 32 if you're going to be streaming anyway. And I got 64 because buying another 32 was like an extra $80 at the time. Like, RAM was really cheap when I bought RAM. Because I bought RAM, oh man, like right when the pandemic was starting, before everything became gridlocked and before all of the, like, everything started to collapse and everything became impossible to buy. I bought RAM before that. Is a beast. Yes. 7700K is one of the better processors for Dwarf Fortress. And it is a very powerful processor. Like, I'm not discounting that, but 660. But still, that's a ridiculously large number of things on the map. To be fair, I did literally get this computer from a heart surgeon, so. There's a viewer of this stream who's a heart surgeon who looks at 3D heart scans all the time, so he's constantly having to upgrade his computer for work. And so he was just like, hey, Greg, you want some old computer parts? I'm trying to get rid of them. Like, Yes, thank you. I will bus across town for that. Absolutely. You upgraded to 32 mainly because the RGB looks nice. You're also playing a lot of Star Citizen. Star Citizen's very RAM hungry, yeah. You can always just download more RAM. You know what's funny is if you go to the Download More RAM website, now it has a disclaimer that says, this website is a joke. No, you can't actually download more RAM, and no, this website will not destroy your computer. There was rumors for a while that if you downloaded more RAM on downloadmoreram.com, it would give you an executable that would fry your CPU or something, which isn't true, never was true. And they're like, by the way, buy our merch. So maybe I should go buy a Download More RAM t-shirt. But hi, Ixie. How you doing? How's things? It's been a minute. Oh. That is a lot of trolls. It's like worse than your average subreddit. There was an executable that gave you a free cup holder. Oh, you mean the one that just opens your disk drive and leaves it open? I seem to remember that one. I don't even have a cup holder in my computer anymore. It was a great cup holder until it melted. What? Melted? How hot's your coffee? Now's where the lag begins. When I start sending my military out to the side. You know, Cole, I might just have to lock you in here. That or maybe we'll get a fell mood. That could be cool. Well, they said that it would be on Steam and Bandcamp and other places. So, I'm hoping for a Bandcamp release, and I want it on cassette and on record, because you know I want to play it here, right? I can't wait to stream the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack on record and then stream Dwarf Fortress. Is that an owl? Or is that just a plant? Oh, it's literally a bubble bulb. Okay. We're getting attacked by 600. There's 666 units on the map. Trolls, beak dogs, and goblins. You might enjoy the... I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe, but I have no idea what that is. All right, it's going to take them a while to all pile in here, but this is going to be a good burn pit once the fires begin. But it's okay. We'll be able to take out many trolls along the way. First few trolls are just starting to get up and through. I'm just hoping that we have, like, good battle themes and such. That's something that I'm very much excited about. Good battle theme. I want good battle theme. Because right now, Dwarf Fortress, like, fights happen, it's like, yep. There's a fight happening. You know what I mean? Friend who owns a Tesla and you once talked about a bunch of computer stuff in front of the other, not so into tech. We're talking and joking about downloading more RAM, gap dimension upgrades for his car, and additional NVMe slots and so on. What? And did they all think that you were being legit? And not just like bullshitting. I mean, Teslas do have DLC. So you're going to have to be careful about what you joke about with Teslas. But they don't have the right to repair. So there's no fucking way in hell you'd be allowed to add more RAM. BMW also has DLC? Oh, really? More like bad manners for the win. I don't know what else to say. Heated seats DLC? I feel like I heard about this. The troll found my weapon trap. And very clearly lost. Yeah, I feel like I've heard about this. Heated seats DLC for BMW. Rich headline, BMW starts selling heated seat subscriptions for $18 a month. That's not DLC, that's a subscription. That's worse. Can I tell you something, chat? I'm glad that I don't own a car in this late-stage capitalist society we live in. That's ridiculous. It's like South Korea only. Hopefully it stays there. Not that I'd be able to afford a BMW anyway. Not going to be silly. All right. Those trolls just immediately get cut to pieces. The hardest part about this pathing is just cramming all of these goblins and trolls through this tiny little front door. If they are, then what is Tesla? If BMW is unreliable, then what does that mean for Tesla? BMW is worse than Tesla? I don't know. I certainly hear about Tesla a lot more in the news, but I guess they're also more in vogue. Right. You know, I'm always tempted to just slam that gate underneath them. So it just sends a bunch of them flying. It doesn't really benefit me much. It's just kind of funny. I kind of hope these dwarves back up soonish. Troll going berserk. The rest of the dwarves come around the corner and execute those three trolls, actually. 2 trolls now. 1 troll now. Wait. All right, dwarves. I'm going to back you boys up. Back up. Back up. No, don't fight. Okay, fine, fight. You're in what squad? The Free Seals? Just end that troll right quick. Then there will be a gap between you and the next one. End that first one. I just don't really want the dwarves fighting around the lava because it's very easy for dwarves to just dodge into lava. Which is a very silly way to die, but a very quick way to die. A very effective way to die. Okay, so you're killing this guy with a steel spear. At least you're armed. I really don't like it when my dwarves just, like, cannonball into a puddle of lava and then go... It's just like, come on. What a waste of perfectly good dwarves. All right, guys, back up. Back up. Okay, fine. This dwarf is too brave for their own good. Yes, something dumb ways to die. It's like another dumb way to die is to fight too many trolls and then fall asleep while fighting. Oh no! Gnome! Turn around and run! This is bad. This is a bad place. Bad planet. It's a gnome planet. Right, let's send in the rest of the dwarves. Don't really want to send them in here, but it seems like I have to. Don't have much of an option. A lot of these beak dogs are panicking because people keep dying on that weapon trap. You're heading home, Spiffy? You have a good one? I think this dwarf might die. You have 10 kills. Let's kill that one troll, and then I will let you run. Okay, never mind. I have to send in. Send the dwarves back in. Come on, guys, turn around. The problem is this one guy left by himself. All he needs is he just needs to start getting tired and then fall asleep and then he's dead. Oh, are you actually doing that? Yeah, I think this dwarf's done. Mr. Mac, why must you die so heroically? Just want you to run. Okay, there he goes. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. You stupid, stupid dwarf. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Mr. Mac? Did they have any last words? Literally, they're just like ripping his helmet off at the end. No. He did bite a troll in the lower arm, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Was the last hit he got in was he bit a troll. I think that might have been my militia captain too. Nope, not the captain. Close, but not the captain. All right, so I'm going to send this squad up here and this squad up here. And let's give it a little bit more time because I do need to kill, ideally, some more of these trolls. Not quite all of the enemy is in here. First Triumph King Company has a branch in BC, which you found out has better management, so you're trying to see if you can try and get rehired there. Beggars can't be choosers. Good luck. Sending the military back out. All right, that should be good. It's mostly just stragglers out there. Pull the lever. Pull the other lever. Okay. Type your car's engine sounds into your car. BMW features for alerts for nearby fixed cop cameras. 35 for couriers. How is that legal? The nearby fixed cop cameras. What? Auto toggle your high beams when sensing oncoming traffic. That's kind of neat. Why would you want to do that? Although I do really like the not just bikes take of if you hit your car's horn, it should be just as loud inside your car as it is outside of your car to stop people from making unnecessary noise with their car horns. I mean, they're neat features, but not things that should be paid for. Got 2 levers for Kronk to pull, actually. But yes, I do agree with you on that seems very sketchy. Also, hey, Duke. Gotta say, real hype for DF music. Need that in my life now. Very sad that the soundtrack isn't already available for sale. Alright, so we're fighting with a bunch of trolls up here, and I got more military coming down. Frame rates are bad because there's like 600-something baddies on the map. Frame rates will get a lot better the second most of them are dead. Get up there! Alright, so we got... Is it real? Wow, it's Stone again. Stone always pulls this lever. This is like Stone's lever. I might as well have assigned it to Stone. The scholar's visiting. Bad time there, man. Not a good time to visit this fortress. Things are a little splattery right now. All right, we need both those levers pulled. Come on. It feels like it's taking so long, but actually it's just like a couple seconds in game. It's just the game's real laggy. Oh no, animal was found dead. This is what I mean by like we maybe need to sort out this fighting with the trolls problem. Because too many of them get through, and the military gets too spread out, and then they have a really hard time actually killing the trolls. F's for animal. Sorry, animal. All right, the levers have both been pulled, which means we might get to see a troll go wee. No, not that troll. Maybe this troll go wee? No. Maybe this troll go wee? Okay, that troll went wee, but I missed it. Alright, let's just finish this fight up here. We'll worry about the lower half afterwards. Frame rates are increasing, though. Yeah, see, it's like this one up here. Like, they get way far ahead, and then they just get surrounded and trampled like this dwarf. Catan. Like, this one's about to die, I think. Oh, maybe not. Crawling out. Come on. Let's move them up if I can. Yep, there goes Catan. Swordmaster was found dead. That's the second one. I mean, because that's actually not released yet, Aqua. Come on, man. Dwarf Fortress is out and playable. You can play Dwarf Fortress right now. See, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress currently. Isn't that weird? But, soundtrack, god damn it. That I actually want now. Like, I can wait for premium Dwarf Fortress. That's fine. That's totally fine. But, like, soundtrack? It's not going to be fully released in my heart until I have a physical copy of it somehow. Even if they get Simon to just, like, put it on a cassette tape and ship it over to me. That or I'll fucking make my own. Put it on a cassette. Will actually give me the mental inspiration to set up a cassette deck and plug it into this computer again. All right, so to anybody who hasn't seen this trap yet, it's kind of spicy, so here goes. I'm sure most of you have seen it. It's very effective. Hey, a petition. What's that for? Kavish, Singe letter wishes to join the Ancient Beard as a citizen of Threatdweller. Absolutely, because damn it, we need you. I've lost too many dwarves, among other things. That's not legal. Also, you need the masters to be able to do that. Also, that would not be legal. Where's the trap? Oh, you'll see in a sec. It'll be obvious. I'm just waiting for the dwarves to pull a lever. Size. Raz is pulling the lever right here. I mean, they're already trapped in it. It's where all of the trolls, goblins, and beak dogs currently are. They won't be there much longer, though. Yes. What Orange said. And there it goes. That's the trap. Surprise lava. And the dwarf who died in there got a Viking's funeral. Well, maybe cool. Actually, no, it's a very Tekken funeral. Thrown into a volcano. Except having lava poured on you. But yeah, those are all trolls that are burning right now. Not very many beak dogs are burning, only 3. Seems like the trolls are the kindling in this trap. But yeah, that's the trap. What's funny is I didn't even actually have time to fully set it up. I didn't manage to get all of the floodgates attached, but it's fine. It works plenty good. The funny thing is the siege still technically hasn't finished yet. It's probably going to take until it hits the end of that for the siege to actually collapse. I love how when the beak dogs panic, they dump their goblin riders. I don't know if any of you guys have noticed this, but when they panic and they lie down, their whatever was mounted on them falls off of them. I love how they're still just gnomes chugging my wine. I wish the gnomes could join my fortress. I'd let them. Actually, I'm curious. You know, part of the reason we're not getting new migrants, chat, we've hit the 3,000 dead mark. I really hope that that's something that gets changed. I mean, this faction is kind of dead, but we were not getting migrants before we hit 3,000 dead. Now we're just not going to get migrants, and I think we're going to stop getting visitors, too. Still have a couple more guests, but... I mean, it's a hard-coded limit in the game. I mean, I could abandon this fort and reclaim it, which might be actually what I'll do. I've kind of been thinking about just, like, retiring this fortress and then just, like, going out into the world somewhere and then just, like, placing a bunch of things. But I'm scared about where the game's going to spawn the lava when I come back. That's what I'm scared about. It's because I've got, like, lava up in here and in weird places, and I'm very scared. It's like, oh, that's just going to be in my tavern, and all my doors are going to be on fire when I come back. Very worried about that. So, I don't know. I want to do that necessarily. It's kind of like when I retire it, we're just done with this fort. Although there isn't too much more I can do with this fort. So I'm mostly just going to finish my construction projects, and we're going to retire it. And then I think we're going to build something down here on this glacier and make a combat fort and just fucking steamroll those goblins. But how many of them are in that pot? There's like 500 of them right there. Holy shit. I have no idea because I don't know anything about programming. I have a feeling it's something that... I mean, Tarn's aware of it, and he said it's something he needs to change, so I think it's just a matter of him doing it. That is indeed a lot of magma Flist. Tis indeed. I'm all right. A lot of babbling about Dwarf Fort today. Butcher's been found dead. Excuse me? There's a troll in my fort. You let one in, yeah, shits. God dang it. Oh well. But yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. Just, you know, relaxing, chilling. It's also part of the reason why the frame rate's so low is because there's a troll running around in my fort. I guess he's dead. Must be. Gonna make all these squads active so that they can just smack whoever looks at them funny. I'm really curious about how many of them are gonna burn all at once when topside still hasn't filled yet. There we go. Now the frame rates are coming back. A little bit. Oh, is there another one? There is another one. How did you all get in, you fucks? There's no necromancers that could do that, and no zombies on the map, so I don't know. Oh, would necromancy interact with the death count? No, it doesn't change the death count. I can tell you that for a fact. We're below 10 FPS currently, but that's because there's 400 hostile entities on the map. That's why. But once they're done burning, it'll speed up. I mean, there's now 300. I mean, there's a lot of them are burning right now. A lot of them. So as they burn, the frame rates will get bigger. This is also a very large map, so. But this fort normally runs at like 30 frames, which is perfectly playable. Like, it's already like improved a lot. Like, dwarves are still moving a little slowly, kind of hitching, but it's fine. Kind of amazed the siege is still technically happening. Seeing goblins leaving the map, meaning the siege must be over. Yeah, they're leaving the map. Yeah, siege is over. We won. GG. Sucks to be all of them. I'm going to pull this lever and I'm going to see if I can snipe that troll that's running by right there. We'll see. Maybe not. Yeah, no. Unlikely, although if it opens in the next few seconds, we might. Nope. How about this goblin? Can we snipe this goblin? Nope. Unfortunate. Maybe this one. It's Goblin Lasher. See the dwarf going up there to pull the lever. You won't make it out of here if you're stuck in here, though. By cannibalizing parts from previous bearer of the exact same make, and then it died completely? Oh, that's good. All right, good luck getting out of there. We're also going to jump up here and pull this lever. Because everything's full. Let's see if this goblin makes it out of here. I kind of doubt it. Well, maybe you do. Maybe you do. And this is like, nopes the fuck out. Oh, well. So there's still one troll burning and a few other invaders leaving, which are all running to the edge of the map real quick. Where's the burning troll? Oh, never mind. That troll didn't make it. Well, good for you. But yeah, that's our defensive structure. Flying from where you're at to Vancouver is very cheap. If you fly Flare, it's very cheap. That's the only reason I was able to go to Quebec this year. Because Flare is really affordable. Although keep in mind, don't bring anything if you fly Flare because they charge you extra for everything. Want to bring a bag? Yeah, that's $100. Oh, hey, there's a troll right here. You want to bring a bag? Yeah, that's $100. You want to bring like anything? You want to bring a second backpack? Yeah, that's $50. You want to put your backpack in the overhead compartment? Yeah, it's $50. Also, they don't sell food on the flights. Don't fly Air Canada. You can fly for $60 if you go with Flare. Also, Air Canada keeps canceling flights. That's the reason it's so cheap. Is because that entire airline has had some absolute clusterfucks as of late. Gonna go kill him. But I basically like read the news about Air Canada. Be wary. All right, there we go. Siege is done. Fly Air Canada with caution, I'll put it that way. I'm gonna suddenly have a whole lot of stuff to haul. Well, it might be cheaper. Or just do the fuck it, moving style of thing, which is only mail shit that's super important to you and then just buy new clothes when you get here. You are moving across a continent. Only take things that are like immediately necessary to your life and then just leave everything else. That is a whole lot of hauling troll corpses. Maybe you'll drive. Maybe not a bad idea. Also, you don't want to mail records or take records on a plane. How many records do you have, Orange? $30? Oh, you could fit that in a box. That's not that bad. Could fit that in a milk crate. Put it in a trunk. Meanwhile, me with like my 300 something. Give or take. Not counting my tapes and CDs. Although I'm pretty much at capacity, I've stopped acquiring records at rapid pace outside of a few for work. Whenever I buy a record now, I trade in one. It's not, collection isn't really increasing, which is kind of where it needs to be. This was the dwarf that keeps stressing and tantruming. They're just unhappy with literally everything. All right, Mr. Mac, Animal, Lub, Catan. Guys all get memorials. Maybe a D&D crate and a record crate. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take that on a plane. So I really wouldn't want to mail that. That or what I'd do is I'd piece out the few records you actually give a shit about, mail those, and then just rebuy the rest of them. Records are fortunately rather easy to acquire. I like this comment. So this is a comment I got on that music video about music. The person goes, I cannot wait to hear Danger Room during my playthrough. Okay, never mind. Food and Industry slaps more. That's funny. But maybe you're back later. You're going to talk with friends now? Alrighty. We'll see when we see you. Sucky web editor to Audacity for better audio. You know, I could probably make that loop in about a minute, right? My fort's impressive as fuck. This one's not that impressive. This one's fine. This one's a little ugly, in my opinion. It's too brown. Long Death, much more impressive. Holly golly, thanks for the raid. If you guys want to see Dwarf Fortress streams, Holly golly got you covered, potentially. Big thank you. Here's friend. Also, Jack, could I get a couple beers for the Raiders, please, and thank you. So cutting the beginning and the end to play at the beginning and the end? Yeah, I could do that. But then I guess I edit a lot of audio. Like I edit a 2-hour podcast once a week. And I can get that done in like a couple of minutes. Not quite a couple of minutes. In like 30 minutes-ish it takes me to put together a 2-hour podcast. I do like how much quicker this thing drains now, though. These additions have helped significantly. One other area I need to speed up now is this side. How dare you have fun, Diamond? This is a serious industry where you're supposed to be working hard. You know what's ironic? If you get that up, if you do 10-hour versions of every single one of those videos, as long as you don't monetize them, right? You might end up getting more views than I do. you Diamond, you should make an official Gremlin for Mayor YouTube channel. Just saying. All hail Mayor Gremlin. You already have it? Perfect. This is a joke that's gone too far. FICOD Razor Scholars. You know, it's almost like you were named after your career. So do you think that this dwarf took the name Razor Scholars because they're a scholar? Or do you think that they were named Razor Scholars because their parents knew that they were going to become a scholar one day? Anyway, welcome to the Fortress, FICOD. Razor Scholars. True, yes, you are correct. You have been commenting on some of my videos. I should know this. Silly me. You're gonna name your son Astronaut? But that one's a Razor Scholar, so you're gonna name your son like Sharp Astronaut or something. Although, wouldn't it be better to name him Heart Surgeon or like Brain Surgeon or, you know, one of those jobs that's like super high pay but like less likely that you'll explode in a rocket going to space? I mean, being an astronaut's cool and all, but like, there's safer, higher paying jobs. Like, why not name your kid Business Magnate? I feel like that's probably an optimal outcome. Right. I think I may have been hit by another Discord scammer who's in my Discord. Let's see what they're going to do. Short task, the Baroness Consort of Wonderton is visiting. A Dwarven Baroness. You have a doctor everyone calls Butcher? That actually his name? Or is he just a really big fan of the boys? Or are they an aesthetic plastic surgeon? Because that would check out, frankly. Well, obviously it's a nickname. I'm just trying to decipher the origin of the nickname on minimal information. Doctor Surgeon to the ER, Doctor Surgeon. Would Mr. Fancy Moneybags please come to the vault at the back of the bank? Thank you very much. We have your paycheck for existing. Because I'm pretty sure what it's like to be a billionaire, right? But this is going to be our library floor here. And then up here is where we're going to begin the roof. Lava's clearing up pretty quick. How deep is it over here? 3? Yeah, we could do that. Drop that down. Put it in here. Let's fill in the extras. Really? Wasn't that hard to believe. Sup, Narvicious? This is a new one. Chat, just don't do what this person's doing. Say hello, and then just immediately invite them to join their server. Banning this person from my Discord now. This is how to get banned from a Discord in like under 30 seconds. Is DM the owner of the server a link to their server. Hello, Pink. What up? Ban. And done. Back out of there and block. But what do I think about the demo content? What do you think about the demo content will be at PAX? Are you asking what I think about it, or are you asking what do I think will be there? Because that was kind of two questions word saladed into one. I think it's cool that they're going to be at PAX. I mean, they've done demos at PAX before. The last time I was at PAX West before they even started working on Premium, they did a demo. They did a live gameplay session at PAX. It was a while ago, though. But that was just like, yo, we're going to talk about how Dwarf Fortress is weird. Can I just say something is really funny to me? While I was banning that person, I clicked on the Discord partner program window, which, by the way, I used to be a Discord partner and was a Discord partner for years, and they removed it earlier this year. But I think that this is really funny. Thanks for abiding by our community guidelines and keeping your server safe. You have 500 plus members. We meet the age requirement because my server is from Discord beta, so it's like literally from 2014. Failed server activity requirements. Yeah, that's fair. Please enable 2FA requirement setting, which is fair. But bad words found? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, what are the bad words that I have in my Discord rooms that I remembered? Right, we have a room called food porn. I was like, what's a bad word that's in my Discord? Another person wants to visit here for the purpose of study. Welcome. No, that's fine. And then the other statement, what do I think about the demo content? Was there a second question in there, or did I answer your question? I'm rereading it now, and I'm like, trying to figure it out. Had a hawk leave a squirrel on your car this morning, then started yelling at me, and I left, and he came... You left, and he came and picked it up? Oh, because, like, you walked too close to it? Cool bird, though? I mean, hawks are awesome. Have you seen that video of, like, the eagle stealing the guy's sandwich? You spent an extra $3.56 on a train ticket by mistake. It was 8:30, but now it was 12, and it confused you, so I ended up buying the wrong thing. Well, I mean, at least it's not going to break the bank. Ravens are my favorite. They're everywhere where I go camping. What will they show? Okay. Yeah, that's clear. What I'm expecting to see them show is a bunch of stuff we actually haven't seen. I mean, I don't know exactly. I get to have lunch with them on Saturday, or dinner, rather. But they are... My assumption is, because we haven't seen this yet, I'm assuming they're just going to go through an embark, start a fortress, and then dig a couple holes and maybe build some bedrooms. Because it's only an hour-long panel, right? And hey! I almost gave birth to a baby girl. Got a brand new baby in the fortress. It's adorable. But yeah, my assumption is that they're just going to probably do some Q&A stuff. And I'm assuming they're not going to be playing the whole time, and they'll probably be paused off and on and playing pretty slowly. So realistically, I'm expecting them to just like generate a world, a small one probably. So it generates in a couple seconds. Go through the embark screen, and then embark into a fortress. That's my assumption. I would be surprised if there's any major announcements made there. I mean, I completely called that they were going to announce music stuff because I knew. Because Zach leaked it on my stream by accident like 6 months ago. So I knew that they were going to be announcing music stuff. I didn't know who the composers were, but I knew that they were announcing music stuff. I guessed. They'd use a pre-gen world? Why would they do that? World generation is so much faster, and like on a shitty laptop, you can generate like a pocket-sized world in a couple of seconds. Will cost going to the train versus bus goes up again next month? I mean, our bus fare has gone up like twice in the last 8 months. It's going up again September 1st. It went up in August, and it's going up again in September because of inflation. Like, our bus prices went from, it's like... I'm not going to explain how it works, but let's just say a 2-hour one-zone pass, it used to be $285, and now they're $325. So, like, and monthly passes got a lot more expensive, but... Due to it only going 4 days a week. I don't know how your bus system works. I can't really advise, but sucks that you ended up paying too much once. And if you can get a yearly bus ticket and you take it year round, fucking take it. Do it. It's worth it. I'm still trying to get the disability bus passes. Because they sell disability passes here if you're technically disabled, which I am. It's just a very laborious and slow application process. which is it's only for two. Trust me, it's more expensive than that. Orange. That's just like the base price for one zone. Don't make me explain how the zone system works for the Greater Vancouver Transit System, because it gets more expensive than that if you're traveling a distance, especially via trains. It can cost up to like maybe $10 for the day though. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Also kind of sucks sometimes. It's not that bad. It's pretty fair here, actually. What? Oh, someone must have arrived that I put out an interrogation report against. Moldath the Scholar showed up. Huh. I must have interrogated this person ages ago and then they left. Then they returned. That's kind of funny. It's not hard at all. Hard at all. It's very, 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 very simple. But yeah, I imagine that they'll just go through world generation and then just do the basics of a fort. That's my expectation. Maybe they'll bring a save file with a completed fort and show that off. But I assume it'll probably be pretty similar to previous panels that they've done. I mean, like, let me see. YouTube. Dwarf Fortress PAX West 2019. Yeah, so this was 2019. I was at this panel.
Sunday morning, everyone, and happy PAX West. Thank you so much, so many of you for joining us.
It was just like, you know, this was obviously, you know, a while ago. But they generated a world. They quickly generated a world. They did an embark, and then they messed around for a little bit, and then they showed off this. Because they hadn't actually started working on this very much yet. Because this was 2019 still, right? So at the end of this panel, they're just like, yeah, by the way, we're going to be working on this now. And then they did this and, you know, built a very, very, very simplistic fortress. And I'm assuming that's all that this is going to be. Is that. That's what I'm assuming. I could be completely off base, but that's my assumption, and I think it's a pretty likely assumption. Yeah, when I went to Montreal, I just bought the 7-day pass or whatever it was, which is kind of neat. I wish we had like a week-long pass. We got day passes and monthlies. But every now and again, there will be a week where I know I'm going to take the bus a whole lot, and it would be real nice to just buy a week pass. Evening and weekend passes? Yeah, we don't have that. We have a day pass, which expires at midnight from the time of acquiring pass. Monthlies, and that's it. There's no annual pass or anything, unless you're disabled. Then you can get an annual pass for $20, which I'm trying to get. It's literally like a $20 down payment, so you don't lose it. It'd be €50 more expensive, and then in the past, then you can justify it just for the convenience. You know, I used to buy the monthly passes just for the convenience, and it was always worth it. Well, you've never been on a train? What's it like? Imagine a car, but with more people on it, and it's more efficient, and there's no traffic. Expires at like 2 or 3 a.m. Yeah, but you guys live in an ancient history city that believes that it's acceptable for people to be outside and loud until 3 a.m. Whereas Vancouver's a city populated by old people. There was a siege. It's dead now. It was goblins, trolls, and beak dogs. We're hauling dead bodies. This is the remnants of the majority of their army, though. A lot of lava and some, goblinite. Hello, Gorefacey. Dump that corpse. Back when I used to buy the monthly passes every month, it would end up costing me, it was like $1,400 a year for the monthly passes. But I don't do that. I just have like a prepaid card that I just refill with $40 whenever it's empty, and I refill it maybe every other month, maybe. But I only take the bus maybe once or twice a week. Cheers, Gorefacey. I mean, this isn't the craziest fort I built. The crazy part about this fort is just this long-ass bridge, which isn't cool or exciting. And then the secondary tower over here, which is going to have a library in it. Currently empty. There's a tavern in the bottom of it. But that and, like, this lava reservoir is kind of cool. Wizard's Tower in old school RuneScape? You know, to me, there is no such thing as old school RuneScape. It's just RuneScape. It's just RuneScape. Because I never played newfangled RS3 or whatever. I played 07scape, and then I played RuneScape. And that's all I ever played. Quit that game maybe 6 or 7 years before. RuneScape 3 came out. There's private servers of 07scape? No, I played 07scape when it was new. Like, I played 07, like, I had an account and played 07scape. I remember when RS2, or what people think of as old school RuneScape, I played that when it came out, and I remember being pissed because it took like 40 minutes to install on my dial-up internet. Because like it just installed in browser, right? I remember being pissed off that it took so long to install it. Because 07scape, or 2006 RuneScape or whatever, downloaded like that on dial-up. And I was like, holy fuck, it's 3D! But yeah, I haven't played RuneScape really since like 2009, 2008. Around the time League of Legends came out was around the time I stopped playing RuneScape. And I played League of Legends until about 2013, and then I dumped that shit like a hot potato. I don't know. Then I went and got became homeless and had a shitty couple of years. When did I start playing Dwarf Fortress? Around 2009. Around the time I stopped playing RuneScape. Because I played a lot of Counter-Strike and a lot of Heroes of Newerth and a lot of old school Dota. And we needed games to play while in queue. It's about the right amount of times to play LOL, Orange. But yeah, I always looked for games to play while in queue. So I would play I also played Crossfire and Allegiance of Valiant Arms a little bit. But like this was back when I was mostly unemployed and like just out of high school, looking for work. And when I wasn't working, I would just play video games like 14 hours a day. And so I would like play all of those games while in queue I would play classic roguelikes while in queue generally because I grew up playing those games because of long story. But I would play roguelikes. So I finished ADOM while waiting for Heroes of Newerth games. I played a little bit of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I played, but anyway, at one point right after I was playing either Angband or ADOM, a friend of mine was just like, hey, Greg, on the Ventrilla server. And I was like, what? And he's like, have you seen Dwarf Fortress? I was like, the fuck's that? And he's like, it's this game that I found on 4chan. I was like, okay. So I installed it. And so I installed Dwarf Fortress, and I fiddled around with it. I was like, what the? This game's terrible. And messed around with it for a bit. And I was like, how the fuck do you make this thing work? Okay, whatever. And I got annoyed with it and I deleted it. And then maybe 2 weeks later, I did the same thing. Except that time I figured out how to install a world, or generate a world, I guess. Generated a world, made it far enough to be able to read some legends, but never really made it into fortress mode. I wouldn't say I really got to a point where I could build a fortress until after I was in this apartment, which would have been like post 2014. So after I got through being homeless and all that crap. And then I just kind of would install it kind of systematically every 6 months and fuck around for an hour, give up, rinse and repeat, till about 2017 where somewhere between 2016 and 2018, I actually started making some progress. And then around 2017, I started getting decent. And then 2018, or the end of 2018, I started streaming it. Well, it's like mid 2018, I started streaming it on and off. I had like 1 day dedicated to it for a bit. Yeah, and then I just kind of started playing it a lot after that. I mean, I played a lot of other games that were similar-ish. I mean, like, I played... I always liked town builders and city builders and world simulation and stuff like that, and I played a lot of traditional roguelikes, so I kind of had, like, the knowledge basis for it. But I also, I played, like, No Moria. I played Towns. I played... RimWorld, unfortunately. I played, Space Haven. I played fucking The Sims. I played, all of those games that are, like, similar-esque, but not identical. Cole's tantruming again. I'm really kind of hoping that this... Let me go beat up my mare. Literally just, like, screaming at the mare while he's sleeping. That was not the intro you expected? I mean, it's... Like, where else do you find Dwarf Fortress in 2009? Like, YouTube gaming didn't really exist yet. Like, yeah, there was... Like, fucking Scene was, like, making, like, low-ass resolution videos of Borderlands and shit, but there wasn't that many people actively posting videos of this sort of stuff on YouTube yet, so where else would you find a game like this? Outside of, like, maybe 4chan. I mean, I found a lot of games on 4chan, believe it or not. Like, a lot of... I got a League of Legends beta invite via 4chan. I found out about Firefall through 4chan. I mean, like, pre-Reddit and after Dig appeared and disappeared, like, they really... It was a good... It was, like, that something awful, and then, like... NeoGAF were, like, the places that you would find information about video games. Like, gaming on 4chan was a very good spot back in the day to find that information. It's, like, outdated and, like, degraded into beyond a parody of itself with only the edgiest shitlords left there. But, like, back in the day, there was, like, legit normal people that just went to that website to find news about video games and screenshots and stuff. Especially, like, around E3 and when the PAXs started. It was maces that you wanted, right? Yeah, 2 maces. Iron mace. Oh, I'm a shitlord. I'm just, like, a tactful, intelligent shitlord that knows when to not be a shitlord. We missed out on the good years? There was no good years for 4chan. There was just no better place to go. It was the fastest place to go to get quick news. Like, you could go to GameSpot. Yeah, GameSpot or, like, IGN. But they wouldn't give you screenshots that, like, weren't supposed to be released. So if you wanted, like, leaks and shit, like, you'd go to 4... And there's a reason, like, leaks still come out of 4chan. Is because, like, the kid that sneaks into E3 that's not supposed to be in there, that literally stole somebody's press badge, that goes in, sneaks into a private media area and pulls out their tiny little, like, digital camera and goes snap and snaps a photo of his screen with, like, I don't know, the new God of War on it. Like, that you're not going to see on GameSpot or IGN, but you see that on 4chan. And then you download it and repost it 5 times so they can't delete all the threads. It was a good time. I mean, like, there was eras of that shit being fun, but I don't know. It's an era of the internet that should die, frankly. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, pre that era. I mean, this was like before my time, really, but like Usenet. 4chan is moderated. I used to moderate 4chan because I had nothing else to do. I was a volunteer moderator on 4chan for 4 months. But yes, 4chan is moderated, or at least it was. I don't know if it is anymore. But yeah, Usenet was like pre-4chan. Like there was channels that were like completely unrelated to video games that people would just take over and just like turn into video games channels. Yeah, I mean, you could still use Usenet. You know who still uses Usenet, which is a weird sentence to say out loud? The CEO of Panic, the people that made the Playdate. Janitor. Yeah, they don't call them mods. They call them janitors. And yes, they do suck dick. You'll also see a lot of dick. Yeah, I did it for a bit and then I got a job. I stopped when I got a job. Spearmaster has just bestowed a name upon a steel spear. But yeah, I don't know. It's really difficult for me to take compliments on how good my fortresses are because I've seen fortresses that are better and cooler than this in my mind. So it's kind of a difficult thing to comprehend. But I do appreciate the compliments. I'm just glad people watch the stuff on the YouTube channel. And some people come over to the Twitch channel to say hi, because the YouTube channel is great and all, but it doesn't pay my rent. In the last, 30 days, the YouTube channel has made 177 Canadian dollars, which is my internet bill. Twitch is how I pay my bills. So. Patreon is like little over double usually what I make on YouTube. Who remembers GeoCities? I remember GeoCities. There's still some death cults that have GeoCities websites. Even though GeoCities doesn't exist anymore, they like took, because you could like copy the code base and put it on your own host. There's NeoCity? Okay, I've never heard of NeoCities. You know, I've always wondered, is it GeoCities or is it Geocities? Because when I was younger, we all called it Geocities. And since then, I've heard people calling it GeoCities, and I felt dumb, and I started pronouncing it Geocities. But I'm wondering if this is like a people used to call memes memes because nobody knew how to pronounce them. Raz, thanks for the $10. Cheers. First notification of money in what? 5 hours. Thanks. You always heard GeoCities? Everybody that I knew when I was younger called it Geocities. Just like memes were memes. For like the majority of like my high school life. You know, you could just like wait 5 hours and let me do it. I'll send you the file. I'll loop it perfectly for you. For reference, Diamond is making a 10-hour cut of that Dwarf Fortress music that was teased. You should fill it up with Gremlin for mayor propaganda. No video? God damn it. Just sound. Or are you, wait, are you doing a video or are you just doing sound for your own personal use? I thought that you were going to upload it somewhere. I was legit going to just put it on and listen to it for I stream for 10 hours frequently. I can do that. Never too late. Gonna drop it on something? Like the floor? Are you gonna throw it on the ground? Literally what it's designed for? I mean, we were running into some timing issues with the podcast the other week, and Arch was editing, and he's just like, hey, how long does it take you to render the podcast? I'm like, I don't know, 8 minutes. He's just like, how long does it take you to upload it? I was like, 2 minutes. It's like, can you render and upload? It just sends me all the project files. I'm like, yeah? Okay, give me 5. We'll get her done. It's like, because for him to render it would take him like an hour, and then to upload it would take him another hour for the video versions. Because, like, living in New Zealand, their internet isn't the best, from what I can gather. There's a zombie in the fort. It's fine, they're friendly. Yeah. Although I'd rather there be a zombie in the fort than a snake in my boot. But, you... I don't know how I want to do this. That's why you upload it to YouTube and you link to the original creation, right? That's kind of the best way to do it, is just link to the original YouTube post for whatever the thing is. But I agree. Generally not a huge fan of illegitimate uploads. Although, to be totally fair, if Kid Fox wanted to, they could probably take down like a good 30% of like the DF news videos I do. Because like I don't do any editing on those images. And in a lot of cases I'm just like doing commentary over top of stuff. Like I'd maybe have a fair use case, but it's just to quote somebody from my YouTube comment section. Blind does a better job marketing Dwarf Fortress than Kid Fox does. I don't know if I could actually use that as truth, but somebody did say that in my comment section once. Which is why I think I'm in the clear. It's fair use if it isn't editorialism. What? Those are words. Also, for those of you who watch the YouTube channel who like this sort of thing, can't 700 megabytes for an MP3 file normal? I mean, a 2-hour MP3 for the podcast is usually around 100 megs. Yeah, that's pretty normal. If that was a WAV file, it would be like 10 gigs. Yeah, that's not too far off. That's reasonable, I would say. Late winter. So this up here is going to kind of go into a pointed roof with a door there at the edge. But this is going to be a pointed roof. Because it's a wizard tower, or a library tower anyway. I might actually fill these floors up and put things on them. I've left them open just for the construction purposes, but this on this layer is going to be a library. But I need to put a roof on it first. Because I liked it, so I should put a roof on it. You know what my most anticipated feature of the premium version is? And it's not music. It's you'll be able to build walls on floors. Literally the biggest fucking game changer. I can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. You're gonna lurk and sleep? Can't seem to keep your eyes open? Go to bed. Yeah, the thing that I'm debating on right now is what I want to do with that panel. Because I don't leave for PAX until Saturday morning. I get to Seattle at 3:30. So I will be leaving here. I will be on the train to Seattle at 11 a.m. here. So I have all of Friday to do something with the footage from that panel. I'm kind of like 60-40 between just like recording it straight and then doing like a highlights cut, or literally just doing like the fucking YouTuber face cam react bullshit. And I haven't decided yet. I don't know what I want to do. I also don't know if I should even do anything. Like maybe just let you guys watch it on your own time. Because I personally am still like in that era of people that I find watching other people watching videos not to be my optimal format of entertainment. Hello, Shiny, good day. You left your caps lock on. What's up, dude? Well, I mean, put it into a video editing software and make it into a video, and just like play like footage that Kit Fox has released of Dwarf Fortress on repeat, and then just like the occasional like vote Gremlin for mayor ad. I don't know. That's all I'd do. Nothing fancy. What editor do I recommend? DaVinci Resolve is free. And as long as you're not making large financial profits, air quotes, you don't need to give them money. Or use Olive Editor, or I guess you could use Blender. Blender's free. No. Pink Fluffy Llama. That's all I have to say to that. Is no. It also is Microsoft Movie Maker even a thing anymore? I'm pretty sure that hasn't been a thing in Windows since like XP. PT Kato, thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. It's a sub baby. You can name it or something. I don't care. That's what I said. You can't legitimately download it anymore. I know that Foon on Twitter was doing some stuff with Windows Movie Maker relatively recently. They're computer necromancer, a PC necromancer that finds old abandoned software and open sources it. They're a fun Twitter follow, put it that way. Also, unrelated to new Dwarf Fortress music, just for those of you who like the original loop. But I'm going to mute my background music for a second. So full credit to the person who actually made this, because it's not me. Also, apparently people are re-uploading it. What the hell? Come on, don't re-upload people's videos. There's that. So that one's really cool. But that person also uploaded this. Which might actually be one of my favorite renditions of this. This thing is super fucking cool. I mean, Saudi Arabia could tell you a thing or two about blowing billions of dollars, like building a city in a line. It's a pretty good way to blow billions of dollars. I don't know. Do you have any idea how much money I would give to just make Tarn turn on a webcam and point it at his guitar and just sit around and guitar noodle in the music and performance section of Twitch? Like, if he just did that as a one-off. So many people would tune in. Uh-oh. Cole's tantruming again. Have you committed any crimes? Can I put you back in prison? No, come on, man. Pay people to perform the music to the game you're playing live. Okay, that wouldn't be bajillions of dollars, but yeah, that is a way to waste a lot of money. There we go. Disorderly conduct charges. Then there's me. I've been listening to a lot of Fountains of Wayne. That's what I've been listening to recently. So, like, my music taste isn't to be trusted currently. I'm, like, deep in my own shit right now when it comes to music. It's like, yes, I still have the eclectic, interesting taste in music, but also I've just been listening to a lot of Fountains of Wayne recently. Yes. Well, actually, I will say advertisements work well in sports games because it makes sense. Like, if you're gonna play, I don't know, fucking Madden, they should have, like, Head and Shoulders ads in the background because that makes sense. For people who don't immediately know who Fountains of Wayne is, they wrote Stacy's mom. Although, ironically, that's not the album I've been listening to. I've been listening to the album they put out before that. The 2 albums they put out before that. But yeah, no. Fuck ads. The only ads you'll see on this stream optimally are 1 pre-roll, and that's it. Unless you refresh the stream. Twitch keeps offering me laughably shit amounts of money to show more ads on my streams, and I'm just like, no. No, the reason I've been listening to Fountains of Wayne Orange is because I used to have their second drive their second album called Utopia Drive, and I had it on CD when I was growing up. I got it used. That or a friend gave it to me. I can't remember how I acquired that CD, but it was one of the CDs I had growing up. And I learned recently that their bassist, who wrote most of their songs, including Stacy's mom, died of COVID at the beginning of 2020, and it's put me on a nostalgia trip. So I've been listening to a lot of Fountains of Wayne. You don't like speed ups and gems or even buyable skins? I'm going to complain about this from a streamer's perspective for a second here, Gorefacey. Sometimes I want to play new games on my stream, right? Sometimes I want to just get a review key for a game and play something that's new, something that's like maybe not out yet, or sometimes I want to get an early key. Recently, it's been easier and easier and easier to get a paid gig to get sponsored to play the game than it is to just get a review key for a lot of new games. And it's nice getting paid to play video games, but sometimes I want to be able to have like an objective critical take on a game without that being ruined by them paying me money. Also, you know what's cute? EA titles are $60. That's cute. That's cute. No, they're $79.99 in Canada. Also, Call of Duty. Yeah. Next generation air quotes games are $89.99. That being said, That being said, I'm very excited to give Callisto Protocol $79.99. I want this game now. Give me this stat. I want this stat. Like, just let me have this fucking video. I never get excited for AAA games. I'm so fucking excited for the Callisto Protocol. I'm gonna wait for reviews. I'll buy it day 2, not day 1. But fuck, I'm excited to play it. Why are video games so expensive? I live in Canada, and our money is worth less than the fucking peso, it feels like. That's why games are so expensive. Also, 4K assets! They cost a lot to produce, dude. It's because it's the graphics war. If everybody just made games that were text-based, then we wouldn't need so many fucking environmental artists and physics programmers. We could just... You could have, like... You know, it's really funny. It's like... People complain about, like, Crusader Kings and, like, Europa Universalis DLC. Those games are made by, like, teams of 20 to 40 people. And they're significantly cheaper than it is to buy every AAA game, to buy every single new release from Paradox. It's 1534 Mexican peso. You know, if Mexico would just legalize weed, they'd probably surpass us. I'm joking, but also think about it. Yeah, unless you know where the game is baller, you're not gonna buy that game. Yeah, you'll wait for seasonal stuff. I'll be honest with you, Zakos. If the Callisto Protocol comes out and has very positive reviews, I will buy it and stream it and expense it. But I'm not going to go for the sponsorship or anything else. I want a new Dead Space game just so fucking badly. That's all I can explain it as. I really, really, really want a new Dead Space game, and I really like Dead Space. What did I think of 3? 3 what? Nice. They didn't make 3 Dead Space games. What are you talking about? They made 1. Dead Space. Yeah, I don't know what you're smoking, dude. They only made 1 Dead Space game. Denial? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know they made more than 1 Dead Space game. I just refuse to acknowledge 2 and 3. I'm well aware that they made multiple Dead Space games, but I played the first one and about 2 hours of the second one, and I watched some footage of the third one, and the only one I give a shit about is the first one. But I also hate co-op games, so... Well, it's not that I hate co-op games. I don't like playing co-op games. They're just not a genre of games that work for me. When you got to the kamikaze spider babies? You scared of spiders? Playing League right now and doing ass? Well, I mean, you're talking in a Twitch chat and playing League. Yeah, of course you're gonna play poorly. Just ask Ponce anything about that. About how hard it is to play League of Legends while talking at a Twitch chat. It's gotta be even harder when typing in a Twitch chat. Oh no! Did I not memorialize you? Guess not. Oh. Okay. Well, I just need to place the memorials. Yeah, I will sometimes just, like, strike out with the bland sarcasm to a point where people, like, don't necessarily realize that I'm being sarcastic. And it's, I don't know, it's just my sense of humor, really, more than anything. Tis just my sense of humor. Trying to figure out how I can upgrade this. I guess as long as I'm just carefuler with my unit placement. But yeah, it's very rare that I get excited about AAA or high budget games. Very, very, very rare. I think the last time I was actually excited for a high budget game was probably Doom 2016. Although there is another, this isn't high budget, but there is another game coming up soon that I'm looking forward to that isn't Dwarf Fortress. Gloomwood, 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 Gloomwood. I can't wait. It's out in like a literal week. Jesus. Yeah, on Tuesday. God damn. I'm excited. This Tuesday, we're going to play some Gloomwood, chat. It's kind of sad. This dwarf, who was a ghost, was risen and was floating around here. Grab that sword. Bored being unable to practice martial arts. This dwarf wants to practice martial art, and they dream of attaining a rank in society, but would flee the most necessary battle to avoid any form of confrontation. Well, I don't know why you want to practice martial art if you don't feel like going into battle. And you also want to practice martial art. Well, you can go join the Gilded Messiahs. Errol, what about you? She's often nervous and doesn't experience strong cravings or urges. Not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tries to do nice things each time. Okay, let's go there. They studied the blade. I've strained in the way of the blade. Calm down, Mall Ninja. For some reason, that's reminding me of Kitchen Nightmares, where the guy's just like, I train with the best European chefs. You haven't trained with shit. It's a lot of thing references, so I'm not even sure which one you're referring to anymore. If I'm being honest. That's walls, not floors. Whatever. Worry about that later. You wake up tomorrow early. You have a good night. Pink, cheers. And the elves have arrived to trade. Yeah, exactly. I was also thinking of Mall Ninja memes. Well, specifically, I was thinking of Mall Ninja shit, the subreddit. It's a very good subreddit. Pretty sure most of these would be safe. Give them a prepared food pot. Buy a bunch of livestock. It's a good amount of stuff that we're getting out of there. Close the drains. And here come those elves. Good win, Zakos. You're having horrid luck on the coin flip? Sometimes it's just plain mean. Sometimes it's just plain mean, and sometimes it feels like it's cheating. But I swear it's not. Like, it's not like I'm manipulating the odds or anything. But it does sometimes feel just plain mean. One of my plans for going down to PAX is I'm gonna do the YouTuber thing and I'm gonna vlog the entire time. So when I go down there, I'm going to just film little bits and pieces on my phone the entire time. Come home, do a voiceover. But I have to try and get a couple seconds of Zach and Tarn saying happy birthday to Clino Dev. Because it's becoming not a tradition, but something goofy. My main goal is to try and figure out when Premium will be releasing approximately, which I probably won't succeed in. But what I really want to do is once Premium is out, like out, I want to see if I can get Zach and Tarn on the stream again. Maybe like a week or two afterwards. Maybe 3 weeks. Whenever they are free from the clutches of rapid bug fixing. It's early birthday currently. But it is Clino's birthday weekend. It's kind of funny when I was talking to a few people about this, they're just like, "Oh man, but like I'm not like in the industry, so I feel weird going to PAX to try and like run into Zach and Tarn." It's like literally just go. Worth it. Discord is very distracting today. I'm gonna be honest. Very, very distracting. I think that means I'm getting hungry. Might be time to take a lunch break. I think it's time to take a lunch break. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a couple minutes break. I'm gonna go get me a sandwich. When I return... Really? You're gonna do that to me right now? Okay, fine. Grumbly Tummy Speak says, okay, mind the crack flip on toasty bread. Mushroom soup on ice cream will ruin my all caught up. Anyway, I'm gonna go get me some lunch. When I return, we will keep playing this fortress. But till then, I'm gonna put a marker down in the chat so I know where to cut the VOD. I'm gonna mute the background music. I'm gonna put on some tunes for you. So if you're just hanging out, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time.